Oh my goodness. We are back in action. I clicked on the wrong thing. That's also the wrong thing. Here? No? Oh goodness. Did I not set up the basic screen thing? Uh-oh. Hold on. I swear to Jebediah, I had this all set up earlier. But yes, hello. Give me one moment. You know what? We're just going to be here right now. And we're just going to launch the game. We're not going to talk about it. Hello everyone. Hold on, let me get chat up. We're going to have last time. Wait, we're sorry, wrong channel. Indeed. Plus, it's not a Sunday. Only a few days from that though. But yes, hello everyone. We're going to be continuing 999. Specifically, we're going to be wrapping up this particular ending that we left off on last time. And then, depending on how far... Actually, what's it? Yeah, I'll definitely have time for at least 2 endings, more than likely. But yeah. Last time was a very interesting experience, and I am shocked that it may or may not be the true ending. I don't think it's the true ending, but with how much is being revealed right now, I would be surprised either way. But yeah, let's continue. Last time Junpei became a super badass out of nowhere and Ace turned out to be a supervillain. Exactly! Okay. Alright. Oh boy, here we go. Alright, time for my heart to be shattered. He didn't know how much time passed. He didn't know how long he stood there in front of the incinerator. He looked to the side. Lotus's face was ashen, Badoomtish, and if not for the hand she'd put against the wall, Junpei didn't think she could have stood. Seven looked old and tired and used. His eyes stared at the floor, seeing nothing. Junpei said nothing. He simply began to walk toward the open door, in the hallway they'd come down earlier. Incinerator. I barely knew her. That's why I had to incinerate her.
Junpei-kun, どこに行くの?
Away. Doesn't matter what direction, just away. He blinked when their voices broke the silence. He stopped. Probably a smart idea. Yes. Because presumably, somewhere in this room is the way out.
どうやって?
いいからお前らは黙ってそこで待ってればいいんだよ。
He began to walk again. It's how he learned how to walk, truly, for the first time. Oh, goodness. He looked over his shoulder and watched Seven and Lotus grow smaller and smaller. They stared back, not moving. He wasn't sure if they could. He turned around again. He knew where he was going. Before long, Junpei found himself in front of the elevator. Next to the door was a button with a triangle on it. He pushed it and the door opened. Junpei was in the large hospital room.
Murasaki! Santa!
He kept calling and walked to the center of the room. Is this where my heart gets broken? Try as he might, he couldn't find them. Did they either off themselves, or did one of them kill the other, or something equally as malicious? Increasingly frustrated and increasingly worried, Junpei left the large hospital room. He had no choice. He would have to look for them. Junpei's heart was heavy. He couldn't shake the feeling, but there was a part of him that felt it would be wrong to, even if he could. With every step he took, his legs felt more and more like lead. Where'st art thou, June and Santa Claus? Where in the world are these two? Uh-oh. Sometime later, Junpei found himself at the chapel. He stepped inside, expecting to find nothing. But there on the red carpet in the center of the room, oh no. June! No, codenames didn't matter any longer. She was Connie.
Akane!
Akane. Junpei cried her name and ran. Oh no, no, come on. Like lightning, he ran across the room toward her.
Akane!
He stumbled to a stop. He looked down at her body, lying so still on the floor, he felt the icy grip of fear upon his heart. She was still, so very still. Check for a pulse. Check for a pulse. Slowly, Junpei bent down toward her. His hand shook, and he felt very cold and very hot at the same time. He forced himself to look. Her back was moving. Slowly, it rose and fell. This is why we check for a pulse, people. Relief washed over him.
Akane!
Junpei reached down and gently, very gently, lifted her up.
Akane! しっかりしろ!
俊平
Her face was pale and her lips were dry and cracked. Her eyes were blank and cloudy. They stared straight at Junpei, but saw nothing. Trembling, Junpei wrapped his arm around her back. She was cold. Very cold. Junpei tried to convince himself that it was only his imagination, but she felt as though she were fading away. He could feel his heart pounding frantically in his chest.
茜、茜、一体何があったって言うんだ。どうしてお前、こんなことに。
俊平君、ごめんなさい。
Her voice was very faint.
私、もうダメかも。
何言ってるんだ、絶対に死なせるもんか。必ず助けてやる。
ありがとう。
We still got time. But you need to rush out of here now.
ありがとう。私、幸せでした。もう一度、俊平君に、本当に。
バカ野郎！一度どころか二度でも三度でも何回だって会ってやるよ。だから頼む、しっかりしてくれ、あかる。
俊平君、知ってました。私、
Uh-huh.
俊平君の
You don't say.
小学校の頃からずっと
Is that why you were constantly flirting with us? I say constantly, it was a few key moments of flirting. Junpei's vision had gone blurry. It took him a moment to realize his eyes were filled with tears. He could feel a piercing point of heat deep in his heart, like a white-hot flame. He looked down at Akane. Uh-oh, time's up. There was a crack of static from above his head, and a voice spoke.
どこに隠れてやがる！
Junpei frantically scanned the ceiling for the source of the voice. Are you also in the coffin?
わけわかんねえこと言ってんじゃねえよ！
Junpei, you have won a new car! Maybe now is not the best time for that new car, eh, bud? I could totally see Zero saying something like that.
いや、まだだ、まだ終わらせない。俺は茜を連れてここから脱出するんだ。どうして？
まさか。
道？
No.
Oh my, さっきから一体何を言ってるんだ?
And who's the winner in all this? Besides you, because you get to watch us all die now.
だから、俺はまだ負けてなんか。
Wait, what? Oh.
なんだと?
Oh, Junpei didn't have time to ponder what that meant before. He heard the door slam shut behind him. He spun around. There was no one there. Was it Zero?
茜、待っててくれ。すぐ戻る。
She managed a single nod. Junpei laid her back down gently and leapt for the door. Zero, you have been invited off survivor. Bring Jeff your torch. Zero, you have been voted off the island. You must now go down the dock of shame. But don't worry, you'll be brought back either mid-season for a mid-season twist spin, or you'll be brought back on in the 5th season of Total Drama 999. Junpei, he yanked it open and shot outside. No one. The hall was empty. There was nothing moving anywhere.
くそ、どこに来やがったんだ。こうなったら、ひとまず茜を。
Zero's a shoo-in for Total Drama All-Stars, to be honest. Yeah, absolutely. Many people liked Zero's very what's the term? Middle school syndrome, whatever that's called in Japanese. I always forget. People liked that attitude about him and the fact that he constantly wore the gas mask the entire time and would just randomly throw gas grenades into random campers' cabins. Chunibyo, thank you. To be fair, there are 2 more games in the series, so it's rather likely, darn it. Yeah, that's true. He didn't want to leave Connie alone any longer than he had to, so Junpei turned around and headed back to the chapel.
Akane?
Where'd she go? She wasn't there. Uh-oh. She wasn't anywhere. Is she also in the coffin now? Is everyone just hiding in the coffin? She'd been lying there on the floor just moments before, and now she was gone.
そんな、なぜだ、どうして、一体どこに。茜、茜。
His cry split the heavens themselves. He screamed until his voice gave out. Then he screamed some more. That's impressive. You're gonna feel that on your vocal cords tomorrow morning. But there was nothing. No answer. His voice faded away, and all that remained was cold, unfeeling silence. That was when he noticed it. Is it the water pouring in? A strange smell. Uh-oh, one he'd smelled before. Gas. Yep, gas grenade.
白い煙の。
9 seconds later, Junpei's mind winked out. Oh, come on. All right. Yeah, fair. Fair enough. Hold on. We'll deal with this later. We'll deal with that later. The end. Or is it? It's not. We still have like another 3 endings to go through before we get the true ending. Oh, goodness. All right. Saw the 0 lost ending 999. You can't see the achievement, but I have gotten that achievement now. Seek a way out. Seek a door that carries a 9. No. Excuse me, April 4th, 1912. Would you like to save the info you obtained during this playthrough after saving? Yes, sure. Is that just going to explain to me the whole thing about the Titanic and it sinking? I believe the answer to that was yes. A triangle key. Okay. Apparently I unlocked something. Apparently I somehow got key items in order to get to this point, which is interesting. So now, I need to figure out what choice I have to do for that, but, hold on. Is there a non-spoiler guide online so I can see what I have to do to get this ending here? We're going to figure that out right now. Okay. Spoiler 999 walk through. Just so I can get to the endings guide. Hopefully this works. Okay, no. Nope. This doesn't tell me where. Okay. So I've gotten the axe ending, the sub ending. Okay. This tells me nothing. Let's see. Endings guide and IGN. I beseech thee. Okay. Special endings? Question mark? Apparently I haven't unlocked any of the, hold on. What have the standard endings? Okay, those aren't any of the endings I've seen. Well, actually, no, that's not true. I've gotten the axe ending. I've gotten the sub ending. It's talking about something about a knife ending, and I don't know anything about that. Here, let's look at the Steam community guide. Okay. In order to get the true ending of the game, you had to unlock the... Okay, yes, true. Try to unlock the true ending without ending. The story will stop. Unlock the true coffin. Okay, hold on. In order to get the true ending, you had to unlock... Yes, and that's the one we just got, yes. If you try to unlock the true ending without witnessing the 0 lost ending first, the story will stop you. And you'll unlock the coffin ending instead. Personally, it is a waste of time to unlock this one, since you'll unlock it anyway, unless... when you unlock the true ending, and also you'll have to see the same... Those want to see an answer provided code. Okay, submarine ending, check. Knife ending, that one I haven't done yet. Okay. So something in here. Second class cabins. Second class cabin, okay. So curiosity is going to... No. 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 I don't know what you think you're doing. Ooh. I played it before. What's your question? Unlocking that is a little convoluted. It's more straightforward in the sequels. Fair enough. Okay. No. I beseech thee to leave me alone. Alright. So basically what I'm trying to do is... basically figure out, okay, what key points do I need to do to unlock the endings on each individual pathway. Hold on.
なんだ
As he adjusted the light, he realized that he didn't recognize his surroundings.
いった
Oh, wait, this is just the intro of the game. I wish to escape. Okay, we're gonna do this. Oh, this is the adventure screen. Oh, well, we'll just let it rock.
ここは一体
What did I say about... Hold on. Skibbity-doo-dot-A, please. I've seen all this before. We are having a deja vu moment. Sorry, Alatos, this is the zero escape. Yes, true. How could I be oh so blind? As to the amount of escapes that are presented to me. Skibbity doo-dot-A, please. Kablooey. Okay, now I should be able to go to the menu and be like, yo, man, I want to do a different part of the story, please. All right, cool, neato, do not care. Hold on, I swear to Jebediah. No, I don't want the funky little Danganronpa reticle. Okay, flow, here we go. Okay, that's how. Okay. We go to flow, that's right. Alright, so I need to unlock the keys for this. That is clear. And I somehow got a triangle key there, which I presume unlocks whatever ending this is. So I'm gonna do this. Okay, map of the ship, question mark? We're, no, novel screen, and it's going to be skip. The actual Titanic?
本物のタイタニックなんじゃないか
本物のタイタニック？それってひょっとしてタイムスリップしたってことですか？
Yes, that is exactly what I mean.
1912年4月14日よりも前の世界に。
1912. Some Swedish metal band did an entire album about just the Titanic sinking.
何言ってんだお前
You're the one who said this, Junpei. Don't make June look out to be the crazy one here.
違いました。
Junpei grinned and shook his head.
違う全然違うタイムスリップなんてあるわけないだろ
Look, we've been talking about the most insane stuff throughout all these different timelines. We have talked about like Egyptian priestesses being basically perfectly solidified through this very weird ice compound that only melts at a specific like temperature, like a very high temperature if I recall correctly. And all of this other psychotic nonsense that somehow is very appropriate for this setting.
陰謀説？
goodness.
何ですかそれ？
And I know some of the other games in this franchise gets even weirder, which is the most hilarious part about this
知らな
entire
いか
thing.
結構有名な話だぞタイタニック号には外観も内装も瓜二つの姉妹船オリンピック号という船が存在し
The
てた
Olympic.
な
それなら知ってます。確かオリンピック号は何度も事故を起こしている欠陥船で、船主の会社はその船の処分に困ってたん
The
です
meme
よ
about the ass slap puzzle exists for a reason I didn't know that was a
欠
meme.
陥船であるオリンピック号を
Uh-oh.
新たに作られたタイタニック号であるかのように偽装して恋に沈めたとかなんとか。
そうだ莫大な保険金をかけた上でな
だとすると 本物のタイタニック号は沈没していなかったことになりますよね。
ああ、2隻はすり替えられたんだ。
Can't share it until the next game, but knowing the shitpost exists isn't a spoiler. I figured as much. If for whatever reason mentioning something called the ass slap puzzle would be considered a spoiler for that game, that would be utterly insane.
その後20年以上も
Even for visual novels of this caliber, that would be utterly insane.
あれ、ちょっと待ってください。それって逆に言うと1935年頃には現役を引退したってことになりません？
あ、まあそうなるな。
その後はどうなったんでしょう？
解体されたらしい。
解体って、だったらどっちにしろ同じじゃな
I
いですか。
mean, some particular enthusiast
どっちが本物
could
の
have
タイタニック号だった
totally
とし
just
ても
bought up all the
現像はしてい
parts.
ないわけで。
Second one is unhinged. I love watching people stream it. Oh boy. I'll stream it eventually. But after this, I will need to dive into a few other games that I want to sink my
もう一
teeth
隻は呪い
into.
のせいで海の木
One of
材
them
と
being
して
Titanfall 2. Because that actually has a campaign, apparently.
だったらやっぱりこの船は
So that game I definitely want to play. Plus, it's been a while since I have done a first-person shooter
今
game,
なんて言った？
at least on stream.
もう一隻は何のせいで海の木図と化したって？
呪いのせいです。
なんだよ呪いって。
呪いは呪いですよ。
I vaguely remember hearing something about this?
エジプトのミイラの呪いのことで
Yes.
す。
Okay, yeah. See, right? We're going right back around with this. Junpei couldn't understand. Okay, I think we've done all this before. Skippity.
バカバカしい。そんなことあるわけねえだろうが。
あります。
Oh, no, we are in new dialogue mode. Okay, cool.
なんで断言できるんだよ。
その王女のミイラは普通のミイラじゃなかったんですよ。
It was an advanced mummy.
とても不思議な、信じられないような特徴があって。
なんだよその特徴っていうのは。
彼女、驚くほど綺麗だったみたいなんです。
In fact, entire nations went to war just to get her hand in marriage. Oh, wait, wrong
Kirei?
person.
はい、
ミイラなのに？
そうです。干からびていたわけでも腐っていたわけでもなく、
ああ、それってあれだろ？白化だったっけ？死体がある特定の環境下に置かれると体内の脂肪分が文字通りろうそくのろうのように変わって。
違います。
Saponification.
違うんです。
Yes.
白老化とかそういうんじゃなくて、
じゃあなんだよ。
彼女凍ってたみたいなんです。
In a special ice.
は？
In the Ice 9 that kills. I'm never gonna be able to say Ice 9 without adding in the word
全身がガチガ
kills
チに。
in some way, shape, or
人
form.
間の体っておよそ
My brain has been
60% が水
rotted
分でで
out
きてるって言われ
for
てるじゃないですか。
forever on that.
その水分が全部氷結してたんですよ。発見された時からタイタニ
Mostly
ック
because I
に積み
absolutely
込ま
love
れ
that band, but that is beyond the point here.
凍りついたその体は砂漠の上を運ばれている時でさえ決して溶けることはなかったと言われています。
そんなバカな話。
信じられませんよね。でも順平君が知らない
Sometimes
だけで
reality is
も
stranger
しかした
than
ら本
fiction.
当にあるかもしれませんよ。
Unfortunately so.
俺が知らないだけ？
ええ、砂漠でかき氷とか実は常識かもしれません。
え？ってさすがにそれはないだろう。
About that.
わかりませんよ。それもまた順平君が知らなかっただけかもしれませんし。
June and Junpei talked a little more, and then went back to their investigation. But even as they did, his mind went back to what she'd told him.
砂漠の上でも溶けない氷ってそんなもの存在するのか？
Aisunain.
仮に存在していたとしてそれはもう氷とは呼べないんじゃないか？
I don't know why that reminded me. I need to update my media thread since I read Brave New World recently. The more he thought about it, the more his head hurt. Like he'd eaten his ice cream too fast. Okay. I presume that doesn't... Hold on. Match. Okay, so it's not having me do the entirety of the escape room, which is nice. So I'm presuming all these different sections are just ways for me to get whatever key item or key moment to unlock the endings. I'm presuming that is what is going on here. Junpei looked down blankly at what he was holding, then looked up at you.
そういえばお前、熱の方は大丈夫なのか?
Skibbity-doo-dah-day. Does going on the romance route actually matter? The answer might surprise you. I have no idea, though. But we're gonna choose every alternative dialogue option. Hey, come on, it's not like that. He lied as naturally as he breathed. Junpei did his best to act as though he didn't care. Even the in-canon universe knows that Junpei is full of nonsense. His best wasn't very good. She giggled. You see, I made this bet with a man named Jigsaw, and he took offense to that. Okay, was that the end of the thing? Yes, at least for now. Oh, that was the end of that. All right, played on the shelf. Oh, is this where he gives me the 4-leaf clover? Santa had shown up out of nowhere and gave Junpei no small start. Take this. It's a bookmark, a 4-leaf clover. Do you want it? Gives me the creeps. No, I don't want it. Thanks, but no thanks. Excuse you. Santa's eyebrows went up. Apparently he hadn't thought of that. You're both insane. No, he doesn't. Why do you do this to me, game? No, I don't. Because I know what happens. I think. I don't want it. No, give it to Clover. Santa turned and headed off to the other room. Oh! He walked into the next room, waving the bookmark. Junpei turned back to his work. Oh, and heard a faint sound from the other room, the sound of bones breaking. Deserved. Very smart. Junpei returned to his search with renewed vigor. Oh my god. Oh, that lock. Hold on. Can I back? Okay. Hold on. Okay, so key unlocked here, locked here. Hold on. That was unlocked earlier, I think. Give me 1 second. Match. Give me 1 second. This is... Come on, it's not like that. Okay, was the thing that I didn't take it, so now I need to take it and then just go back? Hold on. Okay. So unlocked, okay. Oh, because oh my goodness sakes alive. Okay, I think I see what's going on now with this flowchart. All right, I think I'm getting a small idea of how this is all turning over. Okay, so let's play a little theory. I'm gonna do a little theory crafting here. It chance but take but a moment. Okay, I'm gonna say no, and then I'm gonna say yes. Yeah, sure, I'll take it. If Santa wanted him to have it that much, Junpei couldn't see any harm in taking it.
やっぱりもらっておこうかな。
なんでだ
Before Junpei could change his mind
ほ
again,
らよ
Santa shoved the bookmark into his hand.
あ
He took it clumsily and stuffed it into the inside pocket of his vest.
ふうすっきりしたぜなんか厄介払いができたって感じだ
あ、そんなに嫌いなのかよ。さっきの4つの言葉。
ああどれも裏切るもんだろ
Not entirely wrong.
希望も信頼も愛もそれから
What had happened to Santa, Junpei wondered. How had he become such a bitter person? For a moment, they looked at each other.
理由はそれだけじゃないんだけどな
Uh-huh.
理由？
四つ葉のクローバーが嫌いな理由だよ4っていう数字がどうも好きになれねえんだ
まさか死人の死だからと
Hold
か
on,
言わないよ
did
な。
we get this already? Yes, we did. I remember you talking about the Four Horsemen. You mean like the stock market?
株式の？
ちげえよ何すっとぼけたこと言ってんだ
Because I'm a college kid. A Japanese college kid. In presumably the early aughts. What else do I have time to think about?
確かに
Besides the
株
stock
式の方の
market
株もやらねえ
and
こともね
trying not to die from being overworked. This last statement, more or less thrown away by Santa, caught Junpei very much by surprise.
お前が株を？
おうなんか文句でもあんのか
No, not at all, actually.
あ、いや、ちょっと意外だったからついな。
What Junpei didn't say, of course, was that he didn't think Santa looked smart enough to be a stockbroker.
あんなもんただのギャンブルだ勝ち馬にかけりゃそれでいい難しいことなんて
Not
何もないぞ
entirely wrong. That's like 80% correct. Instead of,
Yeah,
although I would akin it more to a
気に自信たっぷりな言い方だな。
popularity contest than a horse race.
それで勝ってんのかよ。
もちろんだ数年前にクレードル製薬の株価がバカみたいに
Oh,
高騰したこと
goodness
があったと
sakes, yes. All right, we're going back to Cradle Pharmaceuticals. Actually, I wonder. No, this is still new dialogue.
あん時鼻血が出るくらいに儲けさせてもらってな
Yeah, and how's that gonna go once we get out of here?
は
Uh-huh, was all Junpei could think of. He'd never even heard of Cradle Pharmaceuticals. Fortunately, he was saved quickly from further
ちょっ
embarrassment.
とあんたたちいつまでだべってんのよ
As long as I well please.
無駄話なんかしてる暇ないでしょ
The voice screaming at them from the other room was unmistakably Lotus's. Junpei and Santa looked at each other.
だそうだ
Santa sighed.
あの女の逆鱗に触れる前に動こうぜ別の意味で鼻血を見ることになりそうだからな
Fair. And with that, Santa walked off, slowly.
いや、ちょっと待てよ。話はまだ。
He started after Santa, intended to catch him, but Lotus appeared from the next room, blocking his path. Her posture suggested she was not about to let him pass. There was nothing for it. He had lost.
わかったよ。動けばいいんだろ、動けば。
Did you really have to call her an old lady again? Her glare suggested any other choice would not have ended pleasantly for him. Junpei mumbled to himself under his breath and went back to his search. Okay, Key is there. Key is also here. Key is not here. That means I need to do the right choice to unlock Key. I am presuming. Really? Only 2, huh? Alright. Let's do the chemical closet.
戻ろうか
Hello, you little psycho.
ああ、そうだな。
Clover nodded and left. Junpei was about to follow her when he realized that Seven wasn't following suit.
おい、どうしたんだよ、セブン。
なあ、ちょっとな。
He looked up at Junpei distractedly, and then back down at the brown bottle he had cupped in his large hands.
それ、薬の瓶か。
Actually, why am I just skip? I keep forgetting I can just skip. Oh, that's cool. I didn't realize it was that granular with how the keys worked in this game. Neat. Yes, apparently this is something specifically to the Steam version, from what I've been told. Because I have a couple of friends who played this on the original DS version. And they were telling me that it's like, yeah, this version is a lot more, not linear, but a lot easier to get to the different endings, as opposed to playing entirely different playthroughs every single time. Do you know something about it, my man?
だからあるって言ってんだろうが。ちょっと黙っててくれ。確かだな。
Seven thought hard and mumbled to himself. After a few minutes, he gave up. I played the DS and it was way worse. I'm so sorry. Oh, goodness.
くそ。お前がどうでもいいことを聞くから、掴みかけてた記憶の尻尾を逃しちまったじゃねえかい。
Well, I'm sorry to say, Seven, but, your train of thought appears to be running on molasses at best most of the time. As Junpei was trying to figure out what on earth he was going to say next, Clover's shrill voice pierced the room.
ちょっと、二人とも何やってんのよ。
You don't want to know, Clover.
そんなところでだべってないで、早く出てきなさいよ。
ああ、わかったわかった。すぐに行くよ。
ったくもう。
Seven looked at Junpei.
とにかく、また何か思い出したら教えてやるよ。
Thanks, bro.
今はこの部屋から脱出することの方が先だ。行くぞ。
With that, he turned and left. Junpei, his mind still occupied with the story Seven had told him, slowly followed. Okay, so no, it is very much just before the door, which I believe is when we get the option of giving Clover the bookmark or not. I'm presuming.
おい、ちょっと待て。
We're going to skippity. Give her the four-leaf clover. I'd rather not get pawed by our little Rule 63 Patrick Bateman over here. All right, four-leaf clover.
そうだ。
He didn't know why, but suddenly Junpei remembered something he'd been given earlier.
確かポケットにあったあった。
He reached into his pocket and dug it out.
四つ葉のクローバー。
Santa had given it to him in the second classroom. He held it out to Clover.
知ってるか？四つ葉のクローバーの葉っぱにはホープ、フェイス、ラブ、ラック、希望、信頼、愛。こいつをお前にやろう。お守りだ。受け取ってくれ。
And remember, I gave this to you before you try to murder me again. Please. He pressed the four-leaf clover into her hand.
いいか、四つ葉。いつでも、どんな時でも、希望を捨てちゃいけない。大切なのは信じること。そして愛することだ。この三つが揃った時、初めて幸運が訪れる。お前の兄貴、ニルスは殺されてなんかいない。
Actually correct. Now we know for sure that is actually correct. It was some guy. At least it is some guy right now. We may get an actual identity later.
きっとどこかで
But
生
as
き
of
てる。
right now, it is some guy.
そう信じるんだ。強く。
Snake's just kind of chilling in a coffin at the moment in a chapel. No big deal. Clover stared at the four-leaf clover in her hand. He could see tears start to form at the corners of her eyes.
ありがとう。
Her voice was tiny and broken, and as she spoke, she started to cry. She tried to hide her tears by looking at the floor, but it did little good. She wiped away tears with the baggy arms of her jacket, but more quickly... Oh, excuse me, goodness sakes. But more quickly took their place. No matter how she tried, she couldn't stop crying. Her tears made small wet circles on the floor.
ありがとう。
She said it again. Then she looked up at Junpei and seemed to choke down the last of her grief. She did her best to smile. Junpei wiped an errant tear from her cheek with his thumb and gave her the best smile he could manage.
最後出口の前でセブンが待ってる。
But still, she didn't move.
待って。その前に一つだけ聞きたいことがあるの。
なんだ？
Is this gonna be where the second key option comes in?
実験って聞いて何か思い当たることは？
I think of a lot of things. I think of some very not good things considering the room we're in, but... For a moment, his mind froze. Then he came back to his senses and realized the word meant nothing to him aside from the dictionary definition.
そっか。そうだよね。それじゃあやっぱりただ順平が四つ葉のクローバーのこと知ってたのは？
すまん。意味がわからないんだが。
Oh wait, that's it? Okay.
なんでもないの。気にしないで。
気にしないでって言われて気にならないやつなんていないだろう。なあ教えてくれ。何なんだその実験って。
Oh, are we gonna get more lore, please? Clover looked away. Woman, please. I need to hear this. The four-leaf clover was still in her hand. She stared at it for a long moment, and then finally spoke.
絶対誰にも言わないって誓ってくれる？
Cross my heart and hope to not get axed in the back.
おう誓うよ。
Darn it, Junpei.
本当に？
本当だ。
Really, really.
信頼してもいいんだよね？
Yes.
当たり前じゃないか。
Yes, absolutely. Clover slipped the four-leaf clover into her pocket. Her eyes still red from crying, she looked up at Junpei.
わかった。それじゃあ教えてあげる。今から9年前、この船で何が行われたのか。
No way. All right, all right, all right, all right. Hit me with it, Clover. I'm ready for
待て
this.
待て待て。え、この船で？
Hit me with it. I'm so ready for this.
そう。この船で。
He was entirely lost. He had 1,000 questions, but it was probably best, he thought, to save them until Clover had finished.
実験は、ある特殊な心理的作用を検証するために行われたの。
Great,
そ
awesome,
の心理的作用
immediately.
っていうのは、目には見えないフィールドを介した共鳴作用のことなんだけど。
目には見えないフィールド？
He'd heard something like this before. Clover nodded.
例えば、これ。
She pointed at the operating table. On top of it was a somewhat mismatched medical mannequin whose parts had been swapped with another mannequin.
ジョン君。これって、本当にジョン君なのかな？
は？
All Junpei could think was she has finally completely lost it.
ロックの靴下みたいじゃない？
I can't say I'm familiar with this,
そうじゃなければ。
Oh yeah, the ship
Theseus
of
の船
Theseus
とか。
paradox.
ーっと
Junpei grew even more confused. He'd never heard of either of those things, although they sounded smart.
知らない？今言ったパラドックスの話。
I haven't heard of Locke's socks, but I've definitely heard the ship of Theseus.
知らないな。
Junpei shook his head.
そっか。ロックの靴下っていうのはこんな話。
Alright, let's see.
今ここにお気に入りの靴下があるとするね。
Uh-huh.
その靴下に大きな穴が開いちゃったの。
Okay.
順平だったらどうする？
Personally, I'd throw that away, unfortunately, and buy a new pair. Like I had to with a different pair of socks, but... Oh, game. Oh, you little it. I'm gonna, for the sake of the paradox, patch it up.
継ぎ当てをするしかないだろうな。どっからか別の布を持ってきて穴のところに縫い付けるんだ。
For the sake of the explanation of the paradox, we'll
他の
say
ところ
patch it
に
up.
も穴が開いちゃったら、
Patch it again, and then
また次当て
so
をする。
on and so on and so forth.
さらに他のところにも穴が開いちゃったら、
また継当てを。
じゃあさ、そうして何度も何度も継ぎ当てを繰り返していって、最初に使われてた布地が全くなくなっちゃったとしたら、
And is it still your favorite pair of socks?
そうしたら、それって元のお気に入りの靴下と、
難しい問題だな。
See, here's my counterpoint to this, at least. On a purely physical level, no, it is not the same sock. But you still have all those memories and that intrinsic subjective value to that sock, which some would say is the more important thing about it. So, my answer is it depends on the person. I would say yes, it still is. Junpei crossed his arms.
もしかしてそれがロックの靴下の話か？
そう、
The ship of
テセウスの
Theseus,
船
yeah.
も似たようなもの。テセウスの船、その船の傷んだ箇所を少しずつ
During a war, the mast broke and had to make a new mast. During adventures in the south, breach in the hull and had to repair the hull. Blah blah blah, etc.
もと
etc.
もと使われていた部品が一つもない状態になっちゃったんだって。それでもその船はテセウスの船と言えるのかな。あと、船から取り除かれた古い部品を別の場所で組み
Okay,
立て
see,
直した
this is
場
where
合はど
we're
う
gonna
なる
get.
んだろう。
Okay, and what if you took all the old parts from the first ship and built another one somewhere else? This is gonna get interesting.
その
Alright.
時にはどちらか一方が
I hadn't
本
heard
物のテ
this
セウスの
part.
船ってことになるのかな。
I hadn't heard this part, but I will again default to what I said before. It's less of, it depends on the person, and if they place more value on the physical aspect of the ship or on the subjective memories of the adventures with the ship. There we go.
補修した方かな、それとも古い部品で組み立て直した方。
I'd say the one you repaired.
うん。
That's just me. It was an interesting question. Clover could see Junpei was intrigued.
ね、同じだと思わない？
何が？
この人形のこと。これってジョン君なのかな、それともルーシー。
Junpei looked at the operating table again. A mannequin full of body parts from a different body. Clover had been right. It was just like Locke's socks in the ship of Theseus. The part of the body that holds a person's identity is the head. Of course, for many hundreds of years, conventional wisdom had held that a man's identity had resided in his heart, or any of a number of internal organs, including your... What did people believe back then was the organ that held all of your emotions? Was it the liver or the kidneys? One of those two, I think. And here, they had both.
頭部と心臓はジョンのものだ。しかしそれらと片腕を除いた全身の大部分はルーシーのパーツによって構成されているか。
Was that mannequin really John?
私たちもこの人形と同じなんだよ。
She looked at Junpei
だ
again.
ってそうでしょ。私たちの体の細胞だって日々入れ替わってるわけで、私の左腕の一部はサンマのタンパク質でできてるのかもしれない。順平の右足の一部は牛のタンパク質でできてるのかもしれない。さらに遡るとサンマや牛のタンパク質も別の何かでできてることになるよね。 そんな風にして目には見えないフィールドを介して。
The silence was broken by Seven.
遅えよ、何やってんだお前ら。
We're talking about esotericism. Now leave us alone. Seven's head appeared in the doorway. Also, I like how it's using the number 2 instead of spelling out 2, even though it's a quote. Whatever, it's fine. It's totally fine. He was not happy.
いつまで待たせるつもりだ。時間がねえんだよ、分かってんだろうが。
Junpei and Clover looked at each other. Clover looked at Junpei as if to say there was more she wanted to tell him. She shook her head. Whatever she had to tell him, she didn't want to tell him in front of Seven. Seven seemed to catch on.
なんだ？俺に隠れて密談でもしてたのか？
Something like that.
違うよ。そんなんじゃない。私たちはただ
ただ？
人形遊びをしてただけ。
え？
We were recreating that scene from Raiders of the Lost Ark.
行こう、順平。
Actually, no, it wasn't Raiders of the Lost Ark. My apologies. Temple of Doom. Moving a little bit too fast to be entirely innocent, Clover headed toward the exit. Seven stared at her, then turned to Junpei with an amused expression.
人形遊びって。順平、お前そんな趣味あったのか？
Shut up, Seven.
アホか。
Oh. Oh my goodness. Man, I need to hear the English dub of that one. Oh my goodness. Junpei dashed past him and traced Clover's path out the door. Oh my goodness. With a short laugh, Seven followed. Oh goodness. Seven, I hate you sometimes, but then I absolutely love you at other times. They stood in front of the door. Junpei took out the Jupiter, not Juniper key.
それじゃあ、開けるぞ。
Is this the skibbity doodads? Yeah. Okay. Okay, we got one. One key's been unlocked. And I'm presuming that's because we listened to Clover talk about the paradoxes. So now we go back. What's been unlocked? None of these yet. Okay. But we have something. Okay, let me think. Okay. So let's say we go back, we give her the 4-leaf clover, but we say no to the paradoxes. Let's see if that helps at all.
おい、ちょっと待て。
My thoughts exactly. He ain't dead. 4-leaf clover. Okay, let's see. Throw it away.
これだったら迷わず捨てちまうな。
大好きな思い入れのある靴下なの。
Yeah, but it's ruined now.
靴下にそんな思い入れ
No
なんだ
one's
よ。
gonna... Darn it. No one's gonna... I can't even bring myself to say it. I'm dying too much at the thought of saying it. Oh, goodness.
いいから。
No one's...
もしそうだったとして。
Oh, oh, goodness. No one's... I'm dying. No. Come on. No one's gonna love you anymore if you're damaged goods. Goodness sakes. Oh, never change. Never change. Actually, change a lot, please. But still. Oh, goodness.
そうしたらまあ 継ぎ当てかなんかして修繕するんじゃないかな。
他のところにも穴が開いちゃったら、
また継ぎ当てをする。
さらに他のところ
Alright,
に
is
も
this just gonna be the same thing? No, still just one key. Okay. Then maybe it has something to do with the actual puzzles? Question mark? Maybe? I can always look it up later, I suppose. All right. But still, this has 2 keys, which is fascinating. Okay. I presume this has to do with the pocket watch. I am presuming. We're going to skip. Oh, I just thought I'd come check up on the 2 again with the... I forgot this happened the last time as well. Is there a problem? Yeah, there is.
いけないね。
Ace's eyebrows went up.
とっとと出てってくれよ。作業分担ってもんがあるんだからさ。嘘だ。そんなことはどうでもよかった。ただ、四つ葉と二人きりで話を
Oh,
したかった。
that's right. Yes. Oh my goodness. Okay.
探索を始めるときに、一味を操舵室へと追い払ったのもそのため。どうしても四つ葉に聞いておきたいことがあったからだ。
Yeah. Let's talk to her about what was going on in the operating room.
それを誰かに聞かれるのはまずい。というか、別の誰かがいたら、きっと四つ葉は何も話してくれないだろう。だから一宮には、早く出て行ってもらいたかった。
Ace opened his mouth, then took another look at Junpei and shut it again. A small smirk appeared on his face.
あは、なるほどな。そういうことか。
He looked Junpei over, then glanced at Clover.
邪魔をしてすまなかったな。ま、うまくやりたまえ。
Go to hell, Ace. Ace gave Junpei a knowing pat on the shoulder and left. Agreed. Junpei let out a sigh and brushed a few drops of sweat from his forehead. He turned and found himself looking straight into Clover's eyes. She'd heard what Ace had said. She regarded Junpei with caution. No, it's not like that!
なんなの？
She was clearly suspicious, and with good reason.
さっきからチラチラこっち見て。
Junpei's eyes widened, and he held up his hands in a gesture of innocence.
ああ、いや、違うんだ。そういうんじゃなくて。
そういうんじゃないなら、なんなのよ。
The thing you wanted to talk to me about in the operating room.
俺はただ、あの話の続きが聞きたかっただけなんだ。これまでずっと、聞くタイミングがなかったから。
あの話って？
実験の話だよ。手術室で聞かせてくれただろ。今から9年前にこの船で実験が行われたとかなんとかって。
Clover bit her lip. She stared down at the floor for several long moments, and when she spoke, it was barely audible.
悪いけど、今はその
Darn
話
it!
したくないの。する気分じゃないっていうか。わかるでしょ？
I
今はお
understand,
兄ちゃん
but
のことで。頭が
I
いっぱいなんだよ。
100% get it, but at the same time, the lore aspect in me is just gripping the edge of my chair, just like, tell it to me!
許せない。
Please.
絶
And
対
thank
に
you.
許せない。必ず復讐してやる。だから。
Her shoulders were shaking. Drops of blood had sprung up on her lips where she was biting them. Ooh. She wiped it off and looked up at Junpei, her eyes fierce and angry.
ねえ。順平は誰が犯人だと思う？
Her voice was cold and scarcely above a whisper. Junpei gulped.
仮にセブンの言ってたことが確かだとするなら、犯人は2人以上ってことになる。ニルスを加えて3人以上じゃなければ ナンバリングドアは開けないからだ。
Yeah, now we know that was technically a total lie. One that Seven was unaware of, so I cannot fault him for that.
そうだね。ってことは
それぞれのバングルナンバーを考えればおのずと答えは見えてくるだろう。ニルスと共に3の扉を開くことができたのは、あるいは誰と誰と誰か、もしくは誰と誰と誰と誰か。
犯人が4人もいるってこと？
可能性としてはないこともない。
うん。どうだろう。私はその可能性は低いと思うけどな。
どうして？
後で教えてあげるよ。とりあえず今は犯人が2人だったとして考えてみない？
ああ、分かった。
だとすると犯人は誰と誰だと思う？
Junpei crossed his arms in thought. Snake's bracelet number was 2, which 2 bracelets added to 2 would give a digital root of 3. Oh no, we gotta accuse someone. I wanna say, oh my goodness, they give you a lot of options here. I'm gonna go with all the Ace ones because I know Ace is the one who did it. Logically speaking, if I didn't know that, well, actually, no. I'm gonna say, I already know it's just Ace and he took the 9 one, since 9 basically you can go anywhere with it. But I would say Ace and, or would it be Ace and June?
一宮の紫か。
That would be crazy. 2 plus 1 plus 6 equals 9.
一宮紫だと違うな。というか
Yeah, I know, right? Alright, Ace and Santa.
一宮の3。
2 plus 1 plus 3 equals
ニルス
6.
一宮。いやダメだ。とすると一宮の
Let's go
7
through the
か。
list.
ニルス
No.
計算が合わんってことは
Ace and Lotus.
一宮とニルス
Almost.
なら
Not quite. Santa and June.
3ニルスだと何やってんの
Let's try again. Santa and 7.
3だ
Oh. 2 plus 3 plus 7 equals 12. 1 plus 2 equals 3.
ニルス3だ7だと3まさかそんな3だと7
どうしたの？
Clover looked at Junpei and he looked back at her. There was no point in hiding it.
その少し考えてみたんだが
He told her his conclusions.
だよね。
She looked less surprised than he'd expected.
サンタとセブン、犯人が2人だったとしたら、この組み合わせ以外に
To be fair, I think I put them on the spot as well. When I was originally going through this, I think I had concluded at least 7 and or Santa were a part of the murder squad.
なちょっと待ってくれ断定するのはまだ早いんじゃないか俺はただその2人だったら3の扉を開けると言っただけでもしかしたら別の可能性も
何？別の可能性って。
それは
He didn't have an answer. He was ready to admit defeat when Clover
も
spoke.
しかして犯人は3人もしくは4人じゃないかって。だとしたらさっきも言ったけど
どうして
手帳とペン貸してもらえる？
Sure. Clover put her hand out expectantly.
ああ
Junpei pulled out his pen and pad of paper and handed them to her. She opened the notebook and wrote down several simple addition problems. Eventually, she had 8, which provided a digital root of 3. 2 plus 1 plus 3 plus 6. B. 2 plus 1 plus 4 plus 5. C. 2 plus 4 plus 7 plus 8. D. 2 plus 5 plus 6 plus 8. E. 2 plus 1 plus 3 plus 7 plus 8. F. 2 plus 1 plus 4 plus 6 plus 8. Oh, this is going to be interesting. G, 2 plus 1 plus 5 plus 6 plus 7. H, 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5 plus 7.
これは
All the numbers that have a digital root of 3 for every combination.
犯人が3人もしくは4人だった
For
場
3 or
合
4
の
people,
組み合わせこの8通りしかありえないんだ。
なるほど。
ところで順平
What was the button to hide the thing again? I don't remember.
私順平のこと
Absolutely you can.
あ、当たり前だろ。何言ってんだよ。
本当に
ああ、
それじゃあこの式のうち B、D、G、H は消しても
いいに決まってるだろ。消してくれ。それからもちろん四つ葉の番号4が含まれてるやつもな。
そうすると残るのは
A と E だ。
2 plus 1 plus 3 plus 6. Ace plus Santa plus June. And then 2 plus Ace, Santa, 7, and Lotus. Yep.
いや待て、 A はありえない。
どうして？
紫が含まれてるからだよ。あいつが犯人だなんてことは。
信用できる？
ああ、命をかけて保証してやるよ。
わかった。それじゃあ A も消えるよ
Yep,
ね
you can cross it off.
消えるな。
そうするとどん
E だけが残るな。
2 plus 1 plus 3 plus 7 plus 8 equals 21. Oh, goodness. All right.
これってどういうことかわ
That
か
there were
る？
4 people in on the murder,
俺と四つ葉と紫。
allegedly.
この3人以外の全員が共犯ってことになるな。
ありえると思う。
No.
4人が結託してるんだったらもっと大胆に仕掛けてきてもいいはずでしょ。私たち3人だけに犯行を隠す必要なんてないと思うんだよね。
まあ確かにそうかもな。
それに一宮とセブンがつるんでるんだとしたら私と一緒にシャワー室に行った時にいくらでも始末のしようがあったはず。でも2人は何もしてこなかった。どうして？
Her voice was calm, but Junpei had only to look her in the eye to know it was a forced calm. There were tears forming at the corners of her eyes, and she was blinking furiously to keep them back. Perhaps by attempting an objective analysis of who might have killed her brother, she had been able to distance herself from the harsh reality of his death. The more she struggled to act unconcerned, the more Junpei felt his heart tighten.
なるほどな。とにかく今の話を聞いて分かったよ。3人もしくは4人が共犯だというのは確かに可能性が低そうだ。
うん。
ってことはやっぱりサンタとセブンの線が濃厚か。
だと思う。
だが動機は何だろう。
There was a moment of
動
silence.
機は多分
He laid his hand gently on her shoulder. He was close, so close to the answer. When Ace chose the worst possible moment to return. He raised a knowing eyebrow and then spoke. My man!
だったかな。
My absolute man's.
なんだよ。
いや、ちょっと順平君に話があってね。来てもらえるかい。
No. Oh, well, I guess I don't get the choice. He turned on his heel and walked back toward the wheelhouse.
言って。
うん。
Junpei looked over at Clover. He gave her a short nod, hoped that she would be willing to talk to him again later, and followed Ace.
話って。
Perhaps more of a smirk than a smile. Uh-oh. Oh no, this is still new dialogue. Okay.
実は一つ確かめておきたいことがあってね。
Yeah, dude? Uh-huh.
確かめておきたいこと？
ああ、ちょっといいかな？
You were totally eavesdropping, weren't you? No warning, Ace slipped his hand into the pocket of Junpei's vest.
おい、何すんだよ。
ちょっと調べさせてもらうだけだよ。
おい、やめろって。
He reached for Ace's arm. But it was already too late. In the older man's hand were the pieces of paper Junpei had balled up and hidden in his pocket. Oh, you little git.
なるほどな、やっぱりか。君のポケットから出てきた2つの紙切れ。すり替えたんだな。例の開票の
Oh,
時。
yes, the voting. Okay, he's not talking about the process of elimination for who did done it. Okay, really? I thought. Oh wait, it wasn't with Ace we had this conversation with. It was with someone else, I think.
はあ、私は別に構わないんだがね。こうして自分の希望するナンバリングドアに入れたわけだし。
じゃあ、どうして？
なに、ただの好奇心だよ。気を悪くしないで。
Oh, this isn't the thing I'm gonna make. This isn't the thing I'm gonna think ill of you for. No. That's gonna come much later. Ace smiled, gave Junpei a friendly pat on the shoulder, and then turned on his heel and left. It was a small defeat, but it was a defeat. Junpei had lost the upper hand, and he knew it. He could feel his stomach begin to tense. Key unlocked. Okay. Now we just need the key here, and then we need to figure out if I can unlock that path or not. Let's go right ahead. Captain's quarters. Red file monitor. Let's do red file first.
オールアイスって読むのか？でも、L と I の間にスペースは見当たら
What
な
do
い
you
な。
mean? Whatever.
ってことは、ALLICE で一つの単語を示しているのか？
It was an interesting thought, but it left Junpei's mind quickly as he opened the file. What lay inside was far more interesting and far more confusing. Hieroglyphs. Each page was covered with strange characters.
ボトムデッキには図書室みたいなものでもあるんだろうか。まあ、いずれにせよ、この場でどうにかなるような問題じゃないな。
Okay. He gripped the key card tighter and shoved it deep into his pocket. That was it? That was it? Whatever. I'm sure something would have come up, either related to this or something else, maybe. Or that was just a bunch of, or that's just a way for someone to catch up on that little key piece of the story here. Monitor. Zero. A larg. Dang, really? Okay. Alright, let's think here. Alright, we're gonna go with our favorite. Not the well, yes, the operating room. Okay. Okay, hold on. So let's see here. This is a guide for sure makes, yes, personal route. Okay, provide you the achievements. Yes, okay. In order to get it, yes, done that. Yes. Door 5, 3, and 2. 4. Okay. Because that's the only ending here. Okay. I guess here's my immediate question. Hold on. Okay. so that's the operating room. Okay. I think I see what's happening here. Okay. So as far as I'm looking here, hold on. This is so interesting. Okay, hold on. You know, I wish you would tell me more than nothing, Mr. Guide. I know I'm trying to be very non-spoiler about this, but I need a little more. I had to choose door 7 or door 8 in the last set. Okay. Can I at least just see a flow chart? Hold on. 999 flow chart. And if my internet wishes to cooperate. Okay, the 999 flow chart. Here we go. Okay. Okay, I think I see. I think I wholly understand now. Okay. Okay, so, yes, that's all the information I needed. Excellent. This is the true ending route. Okay. So I need to get this first. Okay, that's all I needed to know, I believe. But still, I'm glad we got the information for this, because I feel like that's gonna come into play later. All right, either way. Okay. Kinda sucks I realize that now, because now this is locked again. But I'm sure I can fix it. It'll be fine.
Oh, 着いたぞ。
Skip, and I'll just choose the things I did before. Yes, Lotus, the super hacker. Yeah.
そもそも俺は21歳の若くて爽やかな高青年。あ、え？
パス私ほら。
Games, it's moments like this where I wish the skip was a little more consistent.
パスは実験室の方にいる四つ葉も。
Get.
よし。
見せ。
さあ、
パズル
みたいな。
解いてくれないのかよ。
Okay, locker. Darn it. All right. Okay, let's do this. I'm curious. A revolver. Okay, that's still locked. Would it be the 9 photos then?
写真のついたカードは9枚揃っ。
とにかくあとは
とにかく。そして最後。あ、なんだ。
Damnation. Okay. This is gonna make things a little interesting. Okay. So, standard ending. Alright. Oh my goodness. Let's see. There are 4 story checks. You need to pass each one. Okay. So the knife is what I'm wanting. Okay. So I'm curious. No. Stop it. Stop being annoying.
俺は
No, I
セブ
don't.
ンにアシロじゃねえ
No,
か。
novel screen. Thank you. Skip. Okay. And we'll just let this go.
いないな。ここ。
Slowly, they made their way to the back of the hallway. Hold on, wait. At last, they reached the stairs, and Junpei spoke. Wait, did it hold on. Let's see. Let's watch this play out.
よし。ここで二手に分かれよう。俺は大階段に戻ってエレベーターに乗り。だから紫。お前はこの階段を登って B デッ
The
キの
issue is, I don't remember if I did this ending already or not. I don't remember because it's been weeks.
わかりました。
なんだ
二人きりの時ぐらい、その呼び方やめませんか？
ああ。
Okay. Remember to put in reverse. No, I wish I could, but not quite, Korak, I'm afraid.
Jun... それじゃ、
あ、
順平くんも。
あ。
So, did we learn some things about characters? Yes. Clover knows way more than she's letting on about this ship. Oh no. Oh no, that was new dialogue options. Oh no, speaking of Clover, this is about to get a lot worse. Tragedy always strikes when one least expects it. But to wait for a man to stand before striking him down seems almost crueler than dealing the fatal blow while he lies on the ground. A light in the dark in a dark place. June's smile had given him hope, both for escape and possibility for something else. It was that hope that raised his spirits just enough that they might soon be fully dashed. He opened the elevator door and there she was. A woman sat slouched against the wall. Lotus. Junpei felt his blood turn to ice. Oh yeah, so Clover knows more than she's letting on about this ship. Apparently there was some sort of experiment that went on this ship about 9 years ago. Badum-tish. But she has not told us what. So yeah. Alright. Her body was limp, and her skin smooth and pale as always. Yeah, because she was taken by Ace last time. Oh no. Was covered in bright red blood. Oh no. Junpei felt his chest constrict. He couldn't breathe, and his legs began to shake. A slow, cold drop of sweat trickled down his back. He felt his stomach somersault. Junpei's mind went blank, all his thoughts replaced with endless, hissing white. Driven by little more than instinct, he began to walk toward Lotus slowly. Each slow movement of his stiff limbs brought him closer to her corpse. Again with the stupid goose noises. Finally, he stood next to her. This is not the moment for the geese to be migrating. Robotically, he bent down and put his hand against her neck. There was no pulse. No rise and fall of breathing. She was slightly warm. Something somewhere in Junpei's shaken mind told him that meant she had been killed recently. Yes, Junpei thought, his mind slowly returning. She had been killed. Someone had killed her.
The fuck is that supposed to mean?
A fantastic question. Let's see. There was a deep cut on the left side of her chest. Blood still oozed from it, although clearly her heart had stopped beating some time ago. The weapon had been a knife then? Perhaps she had been stabbed in the heart once. She would have died immediately. He took little comfort from knowing she must have suffered very little. Only then did Junpei notice. Lotus's bracelet was gone. Oh, that little git. Zero. Was that why the killer had ended Lotus's life? So that they might have the number 8 bracelet? If that was true, then the killer was whoever wanted the number 8 bracelet. Or perhaps more accurately, the person who would gain the most by obtaining bracelet number 8. Who is that? Who would benefit the most from the number 8 bracelet? The thought had only just entered Junpei's mind when... Stab. He heard a noise. A sound like a sharp knife cutting through wet meat. My meat, specifically. It struck him as strange that the noise came from inside his own body. A moment later, the pain hit him. It wasn't merely pain. There was heat, extreme heat, as well. He felt as though molten iron had been splashed against the side of his body. Owie. I've had molten lead hit my skin before, and let me tell you, that ain't fun. Finally, his brain made the connection. He had been stabbed. But where? His body was quickly going numb. He couldn't tell where the knife had met his flesh. Given the circumstances, however, he had most likely been stabbed in the back. Whoever had killed Lotus had now done the same to Junpei as well. Show me the killer's face! His voice was little more than a weak groan. With what little strength he had left, Junpei turned his body, trying to catch a glimpse of his attacker. Ooh. That's a heck of a sound effect. But as he did, the knife dug itself in deeper, twisting viciously. He collapsed to the floor, a puppet with its strings cut. His arms and legs lay where they fell, oddly twisted and awkwardly positioned. Junpei's body was entirely numb. He could feel the blood leaking out of him, but nothing would move. Nothing save his eyes. As he lay on the floor, his life ebbing away, Junpei finally saw his attacker. Show me the man's face! 2 tiny images of the killer reflected in his eyes. With that recognition came nothing. He felt no emotions, not anger, not sadness, not regret. The paralysis that had claimed his body had reached his mind. His killer glanced down at his body. Oh, you're not gonna show the face, you little git. Then without a word, climbed into the elevator and was gone. His eyesight began to fade, the world grew blurry and began to dissolve into an empty white fog. The fog crept into the edges of his mind and worked inexorably inward. Soon, it swallowed up the last that remained of Junpei's mind, and his consciousness left him. There was nothing more. Into utter emptiness he fell. Into zero. Whatever Junpei had been was gone. Oh, come on, I was expecting a little more than that. That end, yep. Cut and run, saw the knife ending in 999. Had to do it to him, yep. Very much so. No. Actually, yes. Actually, no. We're gonna use up we're gonna use up all 30 save files. All right. We have all the endings except for one. Now, let's look this up. I'm gonna go insane otherwise. Okay. Man, that's a low quality image. Okay. Okay, so I need to do... Okay. Hold on. Oh shoot, you're almost to the second half of the game. No, I'm almost at the end of the game, unless somehow this route unlocks a brand new, like, thing, which would be insane. But I think if I can do this correctly, then I'll be able to, clear this game tonight, since I don't have to do overtime tomorrow. Haha. Okay, so. Okay, you need a pass to unlock the true ending. Okay, second class cabin. Did that. Okay, kitchen in the freezer. Okay, let's just go through it just so we know. So, plate on a shelf is what we want. Yeah, because Santa wants to talk to us about the 4-leaf clover. Okay, and we will take the bookmark. Take it. You mean like gambler? Just like one of my animes, Kakeguri, which I still need to watch the off season for that, or the spin-off season rather. Okay, did that. Okay, kitchen in the freezer after picking up the dry ice. Dry ice. I wonder why it doesn't turn into liquid at first. Answer, it did strike Junpei as rather odd. Okay. Yes, this is the thing I didn't do. This is what I didn't do. Okay, this is probably what's been locking me out. Late bud here. Hi. Hello. I hope you are doing well. We're about to set up the true ending of the game. It did seem rather odd. Novel, please. June answered.
なりますよ。高い圧力を加えれば二酸化炭素も液体になります。
This is the thing I didn't get earlier. You
でも蒸圧の
sneaky little gits.
1気圧の元では。
液体にはならないんだよな。
はい。消化といって固体からすぐに気体になってしまいます。
ほら、やっぱり不思議じゃねえか。水は0度から100度の間で液体になるのに。
Indeed.
なんで二酸化炭素はならねえんだよ。
June replied with an answer that stunned both of them.
0度以上でも液体にはならない氷ってあるみたいですよ。
あ？
私聞いたことがあるんです。融点が36度の水が存在するって。
融点が36度の水？
Ice 9. And it kills.
それって36度でも凍っちまう水ってことか。
ええ。逆に言うと36度になるまで溶けない氷とも言えますけど。
Water that freezes at 96 degrees? Ice that won't melt until it's 96 degrees? Junpei was cold as hell, but that was too interesting to ignore. He did his best to warm up by rubbing his arms and stamping his feet, then put the question to June.
なんだよ、その融点が36度の水って。
アイスナインっていうみたいです。
アイスナイン？
もともとはアメリカの SF 作家が考えた架空の物質だったみたいなんですけど。
I'm very glad that in the Japanese version they mention that it's an American author, and in this they just don't clarify that whatsoever. Thank you for the posture check. I was slouching just a wee bit, but not anymore.
でも最近それが本当に存在することが発見されたらしくて。
待ってくれ。そのアイスナインとやらは氷なのか水なのか？
だから36度を超えると液体に、それ以下だと固体になる水のことですよ。私たちがよく知っている普通の水 H2O の多形態みたいなものです。ダイヤモンドと黒鉛みたいな関係といえば分かってもらえるでしょうか。
Crazy Diamundo.
ダイヤモンドも黒鉛も両方とも炭素でできてるでしょ。だけど結晶の構造が違うから硬さも性質も全然違っていて。
要するに普通の水とアイスナインの関係もそれと似たようなものだと。
そうです。
She wasn't finished.
グリセリンの結晶化の話って知ってますか？グリセリンは発見されてから150年近くもの間、冷やそうと温めようと寒い親父ギャグを連発しようと、決して結晶化することはなかったそうなんです。ところが1920年代のある日、
Oh man, the roaring 20s.
イギリスへと輸送中だったグリセリンが一隻の貨物船の中で偶然結晶化したらしいんです。そこで世界中の科学者たちは研究のためにそのグリセリンの主結晶を分けてもらうことにしたのだそうです。主結晶とは結晶を作るための核となるもののこと。この核さえあれば比較的容易に結晶を作ることが可能になる。ところがここで驚くべき現象が発生したんです。
It vanished.
どういうわけか、その核を使ったグリセリンばかりか、容器に密閉しておいたはずのグリセリンまでもが突如結晶化を始めたらしいんです。しかも話はそれだけでは終わりませんでした。この時期を境に世界中に存在するありとあらゆるグリセリンが 17.8 度まで温度を下げさえすれば自然に結晶化するようになったというんです。それまでは冷やそうと何をしようと決して結晶化することはなかったのに、ひとたび結晶化が生じた途端、まるでなんて言えばいいんでしょう、あたかもグリセリン同士が互いにささやき合っているか
The evolution process hath begun.
情報を伝え合っているかのように、その現象は瞬く間に世界各地へと広がっていったんです。
Junpei. Hold on. Does it say? It does not. It does not say for this particular thing. So I'm just gonna go, honestly, kind of impressed. And I believe this is where we can do the skippity. Okay. Now, now what's the next thing? Okay, second class operating room. Really? That's where that goes for? Really? Interesting. Okay. After solving the chemical closet. Oh yeah, answer, do you know about Ice 9?
戻ろうか。
I believe that is specifically for 7. And we had already heard about all this. Do you know about Ice 9? Yes, the coffin. Okay, and then before the door, we're going to give her the four-leaf
ちょっと
clover.
待て。
Give her the four-leaf clover. And then we talk about the ship of Theseus and Lock Socks. Catch up. Then we get through this. And in theory, we should have enough to do this. Okay. Please, 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 please work properly. Please, please let this work. Outside the room. Now, if we... Okay. So far, this is all pretty standard. Am I gonna get asked a question? Okay, maybe. Let's see. Hold on, I think we've gone a bit too far here. Hold on. Darn it! No, we are on the axe ending again still. Oh my goodness. Alright, hold on. That just means we need to do something here and we unlock it. Alright, hold on. Okay, I have to do this. Okay. I see. Okay. Let's just do this really quickly then. Captain's quarters. Okay. We'll do this in and out 15-minute adventure. Seek a way out. All right. All right. All right. Blah, blah, blah. Get the music box located near the bed. Right there. Cool. Get the piece of paper with the numbers from the desk drawer below the video displays. Okay. Thank you. Nope. Silence, Junpei. Let's see. Tap the keyboard in front of the video display. Thank you. Tap one of the screens that spells 0 will trigger a story section. Go into the comms room. Okay, yeah, and we've seen this part already. Okay, we've stopped here, which means this is new dialogue. All right. I think. I hope.
わからないか？モニターに表示された0の文字、船長服。そして手首のバングルには数字の。
I'm hoping and I am praying that this is correct.
どう考えたってあからさまに主張してるとしか。見て見て、ここに0がいるよ。この死体こそが0なんだよ。なんてな。笑えるだろう。
そうだね。頭悪すぎだし。
いや違う。そうじゃないんだ。これを仕組んだ人間のバカさ加減が笑えるってわけじゃなくて、なんて言えばいいんだろう。これは真犯人からの挑発なんだよ。奴は俺たちのことをからかってる。
Mayhaps.
だってそうだろ。もしも真犯人が 本気でこの男をゼロであるかのように見せかけたかったのなら、まるで私は犯人ですって書かれた看板を首からぶら下げてるようなもんだ。
True.
そんなことをしたら一発で本物のゼロではないと見抜かれてしまう。
Okay, I don't have the skip option, so this
俺
is...
たちが見抜いて
We
しまう。
do get new stuff in here, I'm presuming.
ってことは真犯人はバレることを見越した上でバングルをはめたことになる。なぜか。
なぜ？
さっきも言ったが、俺たちのことをからかってるからだよ。残念でした。その男はゼロではなかったのです。さあ、本物の僕はどこでしょう。悔しかったら捕まえてごらんよ。ってな。劇場型の愉快犯がよくやるような悪ふざけだ。
なんだかひねくれてるね。ひねくれてて子供っぽい。
Very much so, yes.
そう、子供っぽい。幼稚なざれ言だ。だから、笑えるのさ。
Junpei bent down next to the corpse.
さて、それじゃ本題に入ろう。この男を殺したのは一体誰か。
さあね。
だったらこの男自身は。
知らないよ。知ってたら教えてるし。
ってことは心当たりも。
あるわけないでしょ。
Junpei sat back on his haunches and thought.
一応所持品がないかどうか調べてみよう。四つ葉、手伝ってくれ。
え？
仰向けにするんだよ。そうしない
We're
と
going
ポケットの中
to
が探れないだ
disrespect
ろ
the dead and loot this body. Clover didn't move.
しょうがないな。
Junpei had no choice but to move the body on his own. He grabbed hold of an area not completely covered in blood and shoved. It took a moment, but eventually Junpei felt the man's bulk begin to shift. Just as it did, something fell from the man's left wrist.
これは
The bracelet with 0 on the face.
最後にバームを外す方法についての知恵。一つはこの船から脱出すること。もう一つは心拍数が0になる。その変化、はめている人間の心臓が停止すれば、ナムは自動的に外れるようになっている。
Junpei stared at the bracelet.
この男死んでるんだな。
That would explain. I mean, you could use practical effects for the blood, but still.
いや、なんとなく改めて思ったっていうか、バングルが外れたってことはこの男が死んでることを示してるわけだよ。
そんなのバングルなんか見なくたって一目瞭然じゃない。
一目瞭然か。まあ確かにそうかもな。だけどほら、他の2体に比べればこの男の状態はマシな方だろ。だからそれでなんというか死んでるって実感が湧かなくてな。
Almost. Almost.
その意味で言えば不謹慎かもしれないが、この爆死なんてあまりにもひどすぎる。ニルスに至っては開放骨折まで起こしてたしな。おそらく爆発の衝撃を受けて壁かどこかに思い切り叩きつけられたんだろう。左腕から白い尺骨が飛び出していて。
Oh, wait. Is this... Suddenly, Junpei realized what he was saying. Oh boy, yeah, this definitely is new stuff. All right, let's go. Let's do this. I'm excited. Here we go. How could he have been so cruel? He clapped his hands over his mouth. But it was already too late. He turned to look at Clover. She was glaring at him furiously.
今
Her words sounded cold. He knew an apology could hardly atone for what he'd done, but he tried anyway. No, she ain't reacting to that. She's reacting to the fact that you said the left arm bone was sticking out.
すまん。悪かったよ。ニルスのことは言うべきじゃ。
違うの。そうじゃなくて
Yep.
腕のことを聞い
Yep.
てるの。
All right. Here we go. We're in it to win it. Let's do this.
腕。
そう、お兄ちゃんの左腕、見たんでしょ？
ああ、確かに。
Can't be possible because the man has a prosthetic left arm.
お前だって見たんじゃないのか？
見てないよ。見れるわけないでしょ。あの時は気が動転してて、そんなこと確かめる余裕なんてなかったもん。
Clover took a quick, deep breath.
ねえ、それって本当に左腕だった？
Junpei thought back.
ああ、間違いない。確かに左腕だったよ。
それが開放骨折を起こしてたっていうの？いい
お前は一体何を？
から答えて、早く。
She shoved her face closer to his. He could see the fire in her eyes. Junpei winced and swallowed.
おお、その通りだよ。肉を突き破るようにして白い骨が。
No sooner were the words out of his mouth than Clover's expression changed.
四つ葉？どうした？もし何か気に障るようなことを言ってしまったなら。
Suddenly she was crying. Junpei wasn't sure what to do.
ありがとう。
It was close to the last thing he had expected to hear.
あの
Junpei had no idea what had just happened. He didn't think he'd done anything worthy of thanks, and he couldn't understand why she would have chosen that moment to begin crying. So he simply stood there, confused.
ありがとう、純平。
She thanked him again, and then something even stranger happened. This is a new CG. Clover threw herself into Junpei's surprised arms.
おい、どうしたんだよいきなり。
ごめん、嬉しくて。
何が？
あのシャワー室の死体、お兄ちゃんじゃなかったんだ。
え？
だから
どうしてそうだと？
だって
A prosthetic! She stopped herself.
ごめん、こういうの私の口から言うようなことじゃない。
Junpei decided it would be prudent not to press her for any more information. If she did not wish to tell him, she certainly had a reason for doing so. Perhaps more importantly, however, if Clover was so certain, then she was likely right. That meant that the body in the shower room wasn't Snake. It wasn't much, but that knowledge lifted some of the weight from Junpei's heart.
お兄ちゃんはきっとどこかで生きてるんだ。
And thanks to one of the endings, I know exactly where he's at.
そのことが私嬉しくて。
Tears shone in her eyes. Those tears melted Junpei's heart. As she cried, she had pushed herself up against his chest, like a child. Junpei put his arms around her and held her tight.
よかった。純平の言った通りだったよ。いつでもどんな時でも大切なのは信じること、そして愛することだ。この3つが揃った時、
Darn it, Korak, I just realized what you chatted
幸運
earlier.
が訪れる。
I'm getting into the age of Sigmar and picked the excess god faction of sex, drugs, and rock and roll. Darn it. Oh, goodness. I am so ashamed I didn't see that earlier. I would have made the funniest comment about that. Oh, goodness. Clover reached into her pocket and pulled something out.
それは。
Yep, Heathen Knights of Slanesh. Absolutely. It's a gun. Oh. It was a laminated bookmark with a 4-leaf clover.
私これがあったから頑張ってこれたんだ。
Thankfully, it's not a gun, because last time it was an axe.
本当は絶望と不信と憎しみでいっぱいだったけど、でもこ の四つ葉のクローバーがあったから純平の言葉を
Junpei hadn't thought his words would have had such an effect on her. Her words were making him feel a little awkward.
ありがとう純平
She looked up at him. He scratched his nose and pretended to notice something interesting somewhere else in the room.
礼だったらサンタに言ってくれよ。
Santa Claus.
サンタにどうして？
その四つ葉のクローバー、実はサンタからもらったものなんだ。4つのリーフワードもサンタから教えてもらったもので。
Ellipses all around. Then suddenly, Clover broke away from Junpei.
Eh?
He looked confused. He hadn't thought she'd react that poorly. Clover began to pace across the room. Woman. 6 steps to the left, 6 steps to the right. Another 6 to the left, and then she stopped.
ねえ、それって本当に
Correct.
サンタから聞いた
Actually.
の？
Her eyes were serious, but not angry.
そうだけど、なんか俺、まずいこと言ったかな。
ううん、まずくない。むしろ、私とお兄ちゃんにとっては朗報だと思う。
多分
サンタは四つ葉のクローバーのリーフワードを知ってた。知ってたってことは多分、仲間だと思うの。
Oh, yes, we're finally getting back to the experiment talk. Thank you. All right. Hit me.
仲間。
Hit me with it.
私やお兄ちゃんと同じで、9年前の
Yes, about the totally not ESP project, or that Seven was investigating as well, and because of the that was being presumably led by Cradle Pharmaceutical, which Ace is the CEO of. All right. I'm ready for this. I'm so ready for this.
だけど、お兄ちゃんは目が見えないでしょ。
So his sixth sense would have activated thanks to his Panary gland.
それに私はネバダの実験棟の方のメンバーだったし。
Excusez-moi? Nevada?
だから私もお兄ちゃんも船の方のメンバーの顔は知らなくて。
ちょっとタイムだ。
Agreed, Junpei. Junpei held up his hands. He took a deep breath and let it out.
とにかく落ち着こう。な ?1 から順番に聞かせてくれ。100から始めるな。突然50に飛んだりしないでくれ。1からだ。1から順番に2、3、4、5と積み上げていく。そうしないと何が何だかさっぱりわからないから。
うん。
Clover nodded.
それじゃまずは実験のことについて聞こう。9年前、この船で何が行われたんだ？
携帯形成場仮説って知ってる？
I happen to know at least a little bit about morphogenetic fields, thanks to another timeline.
携帯形成場。
He did, and the realization sent chills down Junpei's spine.
じゃあこう言ったら分かってもらえるかしら。テレパシーのメカニズムに関する仮説。
確かヤシロがそんなことを言っていた。
Junpei recounted what Lotus had told him earlier. Clover nodded.
テレパシーか。
Telepathy, ESP, telekinesis,
ちょっと違うんだけど。
remote viewing,
まあ
astral
似た
projection,
ようなもんか
etc.
な。
そのテレパシーの実験がこの船で行われたのだ。
MK Ultra.
そう。
具体的にはどんな風に？
今と同じだよ。今と全く同じことが行われたの。
同じって？
ノナリーゲームのこと、この船とネバダの実験棟でそれぞれ9人ずつに分かれてゲームが。
Junpei grabbed the sides of his head.
すまあ全く意味がわからないんだが、ノナリーゲームとテレパシーの実験、この2つにどんな関係があるっていうんだ？
Clover bit her lip. She blinked back sudden tears. What had happened to her in Nevada?
携帯形成場にアクセスする能力は2つの要素によって増強されるの。
A thinny? No, I'm not gonna
一
go
つは
crazy
ひら
with
め
it.
き、もう一つは危機。
The first is epiphany and the other is danger.
何
Okay.
か難問にぶつかった時、悩んで悩み抜いた末にふっと何気なく解放が見つかる瞬間っ
Multiple times,
て
yes.
あるでしょ。要するにひらめき。
Indeed.
そのひらめきによって得られた情報がテレパシーとしては一番伝わりやすいんだ。それに危機が加わるとさらに情報は伝わりやすくなるの。
もしかしてその危機を与えるためにノナリーゲームが使われたと？
うん、それもちょっとやそっとの危機じゃなくて、本当に死ぬか生きるかの瀬戸際のところまで追い詰められて、それで実際に一人亡くなっちゃったの。女の子が。
Junpei felt the sudden grip of despair on his heart. Something deep and distant and powerful squeezed, and for a moment he felt very, very empty and
その
alone.
子はお兄ちゃんと同じで船の方のチームにいて、でも私はさっきも言ったけどネバダの方にいたから。だから私はその子に会ったことはないんだけど、ただ名前だけは分かってて。
Was her name Alice? No, it wouldn't have been Alice.
その子の名前は確か。
You're still talking. The captions aren't going anywhere, though. Hold on. Let me take my drink. Splashed a little bit on my nose. Thank you. All right. Sound of the door opening was like a gunshot. Thanks, Ace. Junpei spun around.
おっと、どうやらまたしても取り込み中だっ
Get
たよう
out
だね。
of the room. Get out.
一味よ。
それにしても君たちの心臓は大したものだな。よくこんな部屋に長時間とどまっていられるね。
Ace glanced down at the floor. At the corpse covered in blood. Yes.
とにかく、淳平君、そろそろこっちの方も手伝ってもらえないかな。
No, I'd really rather not.
捜索に行き詰まっててね、力を貸してほしいんだ。さあ、来てくれ。
With that, he turned and walked back toward the communications office. Clover waited until he was out of sight, then spoke in a small, quiet voice. Yeah, this is definitely new.
一宮に聞かれたくないの。
The fuck is
話の
that
続き
supposed to
は
mean?
また後で。
おい、ちょっと待てよ。
Clover ignored him. From outside, Junpei could hear Ace calling.
おい、淳平君、何をしてるんだ、早くしてくれ。
Grumbling to himself, Junpei stomped off toward the communications office. All right, excellent. I believe we are now set on the path of the true ending. Okay. Go into get the screwdriver from the desk. That's a piece of paper. Although that could help out later. Oh, small screwdrivers. Excellent. Combine the screwdrivers with the music box. Okay. Combine that with the ink. And combine this with that. Morse code chart. Alright. Okay, so tap the communication equipment on the desk with the locked drawer, then tap the telegraph on the right side. Okay. Okay, so up. Okay. Open the door that has open the drawer that has the wire in it. Get the book. This will trigger a story section. Okay, is this new or can I skip? I can skip this. Hieroglyphs. Oh boy, Alice. Thankfully, we already know all about this, so we can just skip ahead. Get the book, get the key from the drawer. Unique key. Go to the door that has the video camera pointed at it. And the code is 30. There we go. All right. Okay. 35. Yes. 35. 14. 27. 24. Enter. And now we do this. Get out. We skip all the nonsense.
Aデッキの船内マップだ。
Excellent. Okay, yeah, and this is the part where everything goes correctly. Excellent. Excellente.
どうした？
We keep on skipping.
Memo.
Excellent. Okay, a note.
メモ？
船長服を着た
Hold on, let me get the chat back up. There we go.
男のポケットから見つけたの。ユンデの闇がなんたらかんたらって書いてあって。
Goodness sakes, yeah, I
なんだよ
remember.
それ。見せてみろよ。
いや、今は。
Junpei wasn't going to get to see it. From the other end of the hall, he heard Ace's voice.
おい、淳平君、四つ葉、何をしてる？早く来い。
怒られちゃった。
Clover shrugged.
とにかく、後で見せてあげるよ。さ、いいから早く行こう。
Before Junpei could protest, she was gone. Round the corner and off down the long stem of the L. A note? A note. Junpei was curious. But there was something else that bothered him.
あのポケットの膨らみ。どう見てもメモだけじゃないよな。たく、何考えてんだか。ああ、もう。
Junpei did his best to convince himself that it would make sense later and ran off after Clover. Junpei pushed through the door and found himself in a large room with a large set of stairs.
大階段。やっぱりここに出たか。地図にあった通りだな。
It was just what he'd expected to see after reading the map. Are we still in new territory? No, we're not. New territory? New territory. They reached B deck at the same time. Jun's face was excited. Something had happened. That much Junpei could tell by simply looking at her.
どうしたんだ？
Given their situation, he was not inclined to be excited about sudden developments. June, however, couldn't contain herself.
何が？
見つかったんですよ。
だから何が？
最後の扉が、Q の扉が見つかったんです。
なんだって？
とにかく行こう。ついてきてくれ。
ああ。
Seven turned and jogged off down the stairs.
ま、そういうこった。
お先。
では私たちも行こうか。
The rest followed.
純平君。
Let me just double check real quick, like. Yep, I've done everything. I don't have those keys unlocked, but that's fine. That's not necessary for this route. I have that key, and I did all the other endings. This should lead us to the true ending. Please.
いよいよですね。
Relief and excitement in her voice echoed what each one of them felt.
そうだな。
Junpei wasn't quite ready to believe they'd really done it, at least not just yet. Still, if everyone said that it was door 9, then it probably was.
ついに来たか。
He could feel his heart racing. A mixture of anticipation and fear ran through his veins, and he could feel his legs shaking. He was doing his best to maintain a sense of healthy skepticism, but he couldn't deny that the prospect of escape was an exciting one.
ナンバリングドアの先へ進めるのは3人から5人まで。今行動を共にしているのは7人だから、少なくとも2人はあぶれる。
Well, don't worry, we can certainly leave one behind.
2人、何かいい方法があればいいんだが。
Junpei looked over at the clock.
4時30分。
An hour and a half
タイム
left.
リミットまであと90分か。おい、順平、紫、何やってんだ、早く来い。
Santa's voice jolted Junpei out of his reverie.
行きましょう、純平君。
June took off down the stairs, jogging as quickly as she could.
ああ。
As a group, they piled onto the elevator and rode impatiently down to E deck. It looked familiar, and there was a metal grate between the two elevators. Seven grabbed hold of it and began to talk.
さっき事情を説明してやるって言ったが、別に大したことじゃねえんだ。お前ら3人と別れた後、俺たち4人は左側のエレベーターに乗り込み、そしてそこから直線通路へ。選手の方に向かってまっすぐ進むと、突き当たりには順平と紫が発見したっていう。俺たち4人はその扉を開いて先へと進んだ。そこには例によって例のごとくパズルの散りばめられた空間が2つあった。それらの謎を解いて別の扉から脱出すると、そこにはさっきとは逆方向、船尾の方に向かってまっすぐ伸びた直線通路が横たわっていた。
で、その途中にこのエレベーター乗り場があったと。
そうだ。
つまりぐるっと一周回って
A little bit.
向こう側からこっち側へたどり着いたってわけだな。
ああ。
That settled, Junpei looked around.
ところで肝心の9の扉が見当たらないが。
案内してやる。ついてこい。
Junpei and the others broke into a jog to keep up with him.
そういえば、
They had been walking for a while, June in silent step with Junpei when she spoke.
今こうしていられるのってサンタさんのおかげなんですよ。
こうしていられる。
7人が全員揃って9の扉を目指している。 わからないですか？サンタさん、セブンさん、ヤシロさん、この3人の数字根を計算してみてください。
3 plus 7 plus 8 equals 18. 1 plus 8 equals 9.
9だ。
そうです。3人は私たちを置いて先に進むことだってできたんですよ。
でもそれをしなかった。
サンタさんが反対してくれたから、紫や他の3人を置き去りになんてでき、それで順平くんたち3人を連れてこようって話になったんです。
で、さっきの右側のエレベーターに乗って大階段エリアに戻ってきた。
そうです。
それにしても意外だな。あのサンタが反対したとは。
Is it really that hard to believe? I mean, a little bit, but still. Junpei felt his eyebrows knit as he considered that.
でも誤解しないでくださいね。
Perhaps June had sensed Junpei's concern.
だからといってセブンさんやヤシロさんが私たちを置いてけぼりにしようとしたってわけじゃないですから。軽くそういう話が出た時に先頭を切って反対してくれたのがサンタさんだったっていう。
Junpei was about to respond when Seven suddenly stopped.
着いたぞ。
In front of them stood a door.
ここか？
ああ。
Junpei couldn't see Seven's face, but he could see him nod.
他に進めそうなところは？
ない。ご覧の通りだよ。この長い直線通路の先には、左手には船の左舷と右舷を結ぶ横断路があるが、そこにもエレベーターホールと同じように鉄格子がはめられている。
なるほど。
It looked as though Seven was right. The door in front of them was their only choice.
さあ、上がったらさっさと行くぞ。
He pulled open the door and walked in. Junpei took a deep breath and followed. There it is. Although I think we can... Nope, still new. Okay. It appeared they'd been telling the truth. The first thing Junpei saw as he entered the room was the number 9. Like all the others, it was a rough thing made of red paint. The door it decorated sat on the back wall of a rectangular room. Junpei ran up to it.
9の。
It was a large double door with powerful styling. Something about it was almost majestic, and it made the red paint look especially garish.
ついにここまで。
Junpei grabbed the handle and shook. It didn't budge, but then he hadn't really expected it to. The red was bolted to the wall next to the door. Its display read vacant.
間違いない。こいつが9のナンバリングドアだ。いよいよだ。これが最後の。
Junpei felt a flood of emotion wash over him. He felt a chill down his back and his chest tightened even as his blood began to boil. There was a moment of complete silence.
順平、後ろを見ろ。
He turned around.
後ろ？
Junpei could scarcely believe what he saw.
なんて。9の扉が。
Two doors, two
あるんだ。
nines. That way everyone can escape. Potentially.
どういうことだよ、これ。
His words came slowly, and his brain struggled to understand what he'd seen. On shaky legs, he made his way to the second 9. It was a small door, set parallel to the door they'd come through, but in the other corner of the room. 9. There was no mistaking the number, and if any more proof was needed, a RED was bolted to the wall near the door.
レッドがあるってことは当然開かないか。
He grabbed the handle and shook the door, not because he expected it to open, but because he had to make sure it was real.
でもなんで9の扉が2枚もあるんだ。
It was Ace who spoke first.
どちらかが当たりどちらかが外れ、そういうことなんじゃないか。
Lotus was skeptical.
どうかしら。 私は違うと思うけど。
どうしてだね。
これまで通り抜けてきた数々の部屋、謎はいくつも散りばめられてたけど、そこには必ずヒントが隠されてたわ。少なくとも勘で正解を当てろなんて仕掛けはどこにもなかった。それが最後の最後に来て運任せなんてことゼロがしてくると思う？
だったらこの部屋のどこかにヒントが。
いえ、それはないと思います。さっき一通り探してみたんです。だけどそれらしきものはどこにも。
ああ、そうか。ということは。
ああ、どっちの9も正解ってことだろ。そもそもゼロは9の扉は1枚しかないなんてことは一言も言ってないんだからな。
He just said to find a door with the number 9 on it.
脱出するための出口は船内のどこかに隠されている。探したまえ。9と書かれた扉がそれだ。
Junpei began to mutter to himself.
9の扉はだったら3人と4人に分かれれば。
無理だよ。
Junpei blinked and looked up at Clover. She held out her hand.
順平、手帳とペン持ってたよね。貸して。
ああ、ほら。
Slightly confused, he pulled them out and handed them to her.
見て、これ。
Clover opened the notebook to a blank page and set it down on the desk. Everyone else gathered around her and watched as she wrote down a series of numbers.
わかった？
Nope. Didn't mean to do that. There we go.
上段は数字根が9になる組み合わせ。下段はそれ以外の人たち。考えられる組み合わせはこの8通りしかないの。だから
3人で9の扉に入れば4人が取り残される。4人でこの先に進めば3人が置き去りに。そういうことだな。
Clover nodded, almost as if she were pleased with herself for solving a difficult math problem.
そんな。
The room went very quiet. Sorry, I was trying to do math in my head about a certain something that's going to be coming up here soon, probably. Silence lay across everyone like a thick, heavy blanket. No one spoke. Their faces were blank.
そういえば。
Oh my goodness, I'm yawning like crazy. I know I've been up since 3:30 in the morning, but still. Desperate for something else to look at, Junpei turned his eyes to the room around him.
ここは一体どこなんだ？
The walls were covered with candles. The wavering flame made the shadows of Junpei and his companions look as though they were dancing. 2 rows of wooden pews filled most of the room.
まるで何かの式場みたいだ。でも一体何の？
Between them was a strip of rich red carpet. The carpet ran straight through the room, ending at the door that pointed to the stern of the boat. The other end of the carpet.
祭壇なのか？
An altar with a coffin. And some strange-looking symbols on these flags, I just noticed. I don't know if I remembered commenting on these last time, but yes. There's a recessed space set into the wall between the 2 other doors. Sitting on a raised section of the altar was a coffin. A coffin. A coffin.
棺。まさか。な。
But if it wasn't, then whose body occupied it? That was as far as Junpei wanted to pursue that line of thought. He decided not to think about the coffin for the time being. At that moment, 7 spoke. There was an edge of humor to his voice, but it was forced.
わかったよ、降参だ、降参。待ってりゃ誰かが突っ込んでくれるんじゃねえかと思って黙ってたんだが、どうやらそんな度胸のあるやつはいねえみてえだな。
どういうことだよ。
Junpei didn't understand, and he wasn't the only one.
あ、もしかしてお前ら。ったくしょうがねえな。さっきの四つ葉の説明にはな、ちょっとした抜けがあったんだよ。間違いってわけじゃねえんだが。ああ、めんどくせえ。とにかくこれを見ろ。
Seven snatched up the notebook and began to write in it. Everyone else clustered around him, desperate for a look.
3人と4人で別れるって条件付きなら、確かに四つ葉の言ったことは正しい。だがな、それ以外にも方法はあるんだよ。3人と3人と1人で別れる場合、それがここに書いた組み合わせだ。
そんな、お前まさか。
The only one left would be you, Seven.
勘違いすんなよ。俺は何も一宮のジジイの真似をしようってんじゃねえんだ。大病室での一宮の件、あれがなかったとしても、俺は同じことを言ってただろ
同じこと？同じことってもしかして。
う。ああ、だからそういうことよ。俺が一人でここに残る。
何カッコつけてんのよ。あんたバカじゃないの？
Lotus was the first to speak. That in itself was a little strange. She'd reacted much differently when Ace had volunteered.
私は絶対に反対だからね。あんたなんかに借りを作ってまで生き延びたくないし。
The rest of them began to speak, all at once.
私も反対です。一宮さんの時と同じこと言わせないでください。
私も同じ。その提案は飲めないよ。
私も同意しかねるな。英雄の役を奪われたのではたまらないからね。
Finally, they quieted down. Junpei looked at Seven.
というわけだ、セブン。その意見は却下だ。四つ葉が言った通り、他の方法を考えよう。
Seven made some noise that was somewhere between a derisive snort and a cough.
どいつもこいつも。
He was doing his best to pretend they were making a foolish decision, but Junpei could see the twinkling of water at the corner of Seven's eyes. Aw. That was when Santa spoke.
な、待てよ。俺はまだ何も言ってないぜ。
Until then, Junpei had realized that Santa had stayed quiet for the whole discussion of Seven's fate. Something in his voice made Junpei uncomfortable.
まさか、賛成なのか、セブンの提案に。
Santa shook his head.
いや、反対だね。セブン一人を置き去りにするわけにはいかねえ。
だったら別に。
一人を。一人を置き去りにするわけにはいかねえ。そう言ったんだ。
There was a dull shine in Santa's eyes. They were cold and hard. Junpei felt himself shiver.
お前、何を。
わからねえのか。一人じゃダメなんだよ。あと二人必要なんだ。セブンを加えて三人。三人を置き去りにする。それが俺からの提案。いや、命令だ。
命令って。勝手に決めんじゃねえよ。誰がお前なんかの命令に従うかよ。
従うさ。あと3秒も経てば従わざるを得ない。
No way. Do not, Santa.
なんだと。
3、2、1。
Zero. Santa was so fast, Junpei could barely see him. When he moved, it was almost like watching a dance. His feet moving like lightning. He spun and... You have the revolver now, are you serious? He had June.
な、言った通りになっただろ。
His lips curled into a cruel, mocking smile. Are you absolutely serious right now, Santa? Really? You of all people? A shudder traveled the length of Junpei's spine. His chest froze, and he could feel his breath go stale in his lungs. Nothing made sense. Junpei felt as though his head were about to explode. Santa's sudden change in attitude, saying that he needed 2 more. The gun in his right hand, a revolver. Santa had grabbed June from behind and pressed what Junpei's shaken brain identified as a revolver roughly against her temple.
なんなんだよそれはよ。
Where on earth had Santa possibly found a gun? Well, in the cargo bay. Junpei's question roared in his mind, but his mouth refused to ask them. Seven spoke, almost as though he had sensed Junpei's confusion.
あの部屋で見つけた銃だな。
Cargo, yep.
6の扉の先にあった空間のことだ。こんなことになるなら奪っておくべ
Take
きだ
the
ったぜ。
shot, Junpei. If I had a gun, I'd certainly take the shot. I'd aim for his nuts first, and then his head. Which head? I'll let you figure that one out.
今さらおっせんだよこのテクノボーが。
A mixture of fury and frustration twisted Seven's face, and he glared at Santa. Scrote tap headshot. Santa, for his part, didn't so much as flinch. The corner of his lip twisted into a slightly wider smile. Or twitched into a slightly wider smile. Then the smile faded and he began to move. He walked backward, dragging June with him. Before long, his back was resting against the door. On the wall next to him was the RED. He put his hand on the scanner panel quickly, and then forced June to do the same.
さてと、それじゃ命令に従ってもらおうか。一宮、八代、喜べ。選ばれたのはお前。
I don't think you want that to be the case, my man.
さあ、認証を。
3 plus 6 plus 1 plus 8 equals 18. That was what Santa had meant when he said he needed 2 more.
おい、聞こえなかったのか。
Santa's eyes narrowed to slits. He glared at Ace and Lotus. They stayed, frozen, like deer caught in the headlights of an oncoming car.
そうか、仕方ねえな。
Do not!
弾を無駄にしたくはなかったんだが。
No sooner were the words out of Santa's mouth than his hand twitched. And the gun roared. A section of the floor exploded, scattering wooden splinters across the floor. A thin plume of smoke snaked out of the hole in the floor. There could be no doubt that the gun was real and worked.
撃った？どうして？なんでサンタが？
Clover's voice spoke of betrayal and disbelief.
だってサンタは私たちの仲間だったはずで。
あ？
クローバーのリーフワード知ってたんでしょ？
Santa's cheek twitched, almost imperceptibly.
何のことだ？さっぱりわからねえな。
そんなはず。
うるせえ！ガタガタ言ってんじゃねえよこのクソガキが！てめえのクソみたいな脳みそをクソみたいにぶちまけてやろうか？
Flecks of spit flew from Santa's mouth. His face twisted with rage. Clover recoiled, her eyes wide. When she spoke, her voice was very small.
サンタ。
He snorted, then shook his head vigorously and turned to face Ace and Lotus.
ほら何やってんだよジジイババア。さっさとこっちに来て認証しろや。それともあれか？猛録して耳が遠くなってんのか？あ？
Ace and Lotus still didn't move. This is not a great situation. It almost seemed as if they couldn't move. June's face was pale behind Santa's arm. Her eyes were wild and her chest heaved with every quick breath like an animal cornered by a predator. Junpei's mind worked furiously. What were they going to do? Then he realized something. There was nothing they needed to do. There was nothing to debate.
そうだ。
June's safety was the first priority. That much was obvious. Doing as Santa had commanded meant that she would be safe from at least 2 threats. She wouldn't be shot, and she wouldn't leave the ship alive along with Santa, Ace, and Lotus. There was only one thing for Junpei to do.
それしか。
He turned to Ace and Lotus.
頼む。言ってやってくれ。
え？
そんな。
純平が何言ってるんですか。ここに取り残されたら純平くん。純平くんだけじゃなくて四つ葉ちゃんもセブンさんだって。
4 plus... Okay. 4 plus 7, 11. 11 plus 5 is 16. 1 plus 6 equals 7.
分かってる。
Oh. Hold on. Plus 2 equals 19. Or plus 2 equals 18. 1 plus 8 equals 9. Excellent. Yep.
だが、俺たちのことなら心配するな。なんとかしてみせる。
Yep. Alright.
なあ、セブン。
ノーよ、任せとけ。サンタの野郎の言いなりになるのはヘドが出るぐらいムカつくけどね。
私のことも心配しなくて平気だから、まだやらなきゃいけないことが。
ダメです。一宮さん、ヤシロさん、来ないで。私のことなんか構わないで。お願い。
June was almost crying. Junpei walked around behind Ace and Lotus. He gently placed a hand on each of their shoulders and pushed them toward the door. They almost stumbled, then righted themselves and took another step, and another. They turned around and Junpei nodded.
言ってくれ。
ああ。
Ace and Lotus turned around again and walked slowly toward the door where Santa was waiting for them. After what seemed like an eternity, they stopped in front of the door marked 9. Santa smiled.
さあ、スキャナーパネルに手のひらを。おいおい、この後に及んで何をためらう必要がある。俺は本気だぜ。この女を殺したって別に構わねえんだ。レッドは生体認証を使ってるわけじゃねえからな。バングルさえありゃ十分なんだよ。さ、分かったら認証を。これで最後だ。次はないと思え。
Oh boy. He shoved the revolver harder against June's head and she winced.
わかったよ。
Ace sighed, defeated, and placed his hand on the scanner panel. Lotus went next. Lotus glared at Santa and slammed her hand onto the scanner panel. The fourth asterisk blinked on.
上出来だ。それじゃあヤシロ、レバーを下ろしてくれ。扉が開いたらすぐに飛び込むんだ。妙な真似はするなよ。分かってるな。
Junpei could almost hear Lotus's teeth grind. The door slid open. Door number 9 opened at last. It opened with a low, powerful rumble, a drum roll to welcome the chosen few.
よし行け！
Lotus and Ace walked through the door, their eyes furious but defeated. Santa waited until they were all the way inside, then hauled himself and June across the threshold as well. 6, 7, 8.
じゃあな。
After exactly 9 seconds, the door swung shut. The gust of air it created caused the candles on the altar to flicker and die. The room fell silent. Junpei, Clover, and Seven had been left behind. Clover looked down at her hand and traced with her finger the faint blue veins that crisscrossed them. Seven shoved his arms into the front of his overalls and scratched his stomach. No one spoke. Silence made the air feel thick and oppressive. Desperate for something, anything to occupy his mind, Junpei walked to the larger of the 2 9 doors. He stood in front of it and looked at the RED. It read, engaged. He moved to the smaller door. The RED read vacant. The digital root of the remaining people was 7. 5 plus 4 plus 7 equals 16. 1 plus 6 equals 7. However, if we get Snake's bracelet, 5 plus 4 plus 7 equals 18. And 1 plus 8 equals 9. There was no possible way for them to open a door with 9 on it. Junpei touched the surface of the door.
Murasaki.
He thought about June, about Akane Kurashiki. Was she safe? That was all that mattered to him. If she was alive, she had escaped this horrible boat. That was what Junpei prayed for. 7 came up next to him. He pulled off his hat, scratched his head, and sighed.
で、どうするよ、順平。
どうするも何も。
7 opened his mouth to respond when... There it is. There it is. There it is, baby. Just like we got from the other ending. Noise echoed through the room. Something was pounding on something vigorously. Badoomtish. It wasn't mechanical. It was certainly human. Junpei and 7 looked at one another.
何の音だ?
黙って。
Clover motioned to 7 to be quiet. She put one finger to her lips and closed her eyes in concentration. The 3 of them listened, trying to determine where the sound was coming from.
どこだ? どこから聞こえてくる? まさか
The coffin.
おい、この棺の中から聞こえてくるみたいだぜ。
わかってる。
開けてみよ
う。開けるって。
その筋肉は見せかけ？
力ずくでこじ開けろっていうのか？
いいからとにかく試してみよう。
Junpei and 7 grabbed hold of the coffin. They tried to get a good grip with what little purchase they could find and pulled with all their strength.
くそ、ダメだ。びくともしないぜ。
There was some sort of keypad attached to the coffin. Its purpose would not have been difficult to determine. Their eyes were almost immediately drawn to it.
やっぱこいつか。
みたいだな。
暗証番号を入力しないと開かない。そういうこと？
だと思う。
The noise wasn't stopping. In fact, it was getting louder.
中に誰がいるのかわからないが、とにかく早く出してやらないと。
って言っても、どうすりゃいいんだが。
暗証番号がわからない限り、どうしようもない。
They couldn't even tell how many numbers the passcode needed to be.
どこかにヒントがあるんじゃないの？
探してみよう。
Unfortunately, there didn't seem to be anything near the coffin. Clover ran to examine the pews, and 7 investigated the desk, but they turned up nothing.
ないね。
そう簡単にはいかないが。
The sound still wouldn't stop. It wasn't a noise that belonged in that room.
何番なんだ。どうすればいい。どうすればわかる。この番号を知るためには。
Behold, the world blinked. Suddenly, there was a voice inside of Junpei's head. It's the morphogenetic field. I was gonna say electromagnetic field, but that is entirely something different. Truth had gone, and truth had gone. Ah, now truth is asleep in the darkness of the sinister hand. From the other
なんだ
timelines,
今の声は。
Junpei was utterly and completely baffled.
なんだ？
どうしたの？
Seven and Clover ran over to him, but Junpei didn't know what to tell them. If he told them he heard a voice, they'd laugh, or worse, think he was going insane. So all he said was,
なんでもない。
It was nothing, bro. Don't worry about it in the slightest. Hold on. Uno momento. I will answer that later. All right. He cleared his throat a little too loud and looked pointedly down at his bracelet. There was a pair of small buttons protruding from either side of it. Junpei. He pressed the buttons. Oh goodness, what was it again? Truth was gone, and truth was gone. It was like... Was it this? Can I save? Yes, excellent. No, don't return to the title screen. We're almost at the end here. We're just getting to the good part. Right, left, right. That's wrong. You should know that already. Shut up, game. Shut up. Okay, thank you. That's wrong. You should know that already. You should know everything. If you don't, then why did you bother to look at the bracelet? If you already know that the darkness of the sinister hand is telling you to look at the bracelet on your left hand. That's why you looked at your bracelet, right? That was it. There we go. Thank you. One. Oh. 8 numbers blinked on and then off, on the bracelet display. I am dying over here, it seems, with trying to read. Junpei checked one last time. 1, 4, 3, 8, 3, 4, 2, 1.
1438342
1438 3421.
わ、なんだよ今の数字は。
もしかして、それって。
Junpei didn't answer. He simply walked straight to the coffin. He knelt down in front of the keypad, running over the numbers in his head so that he wouldn't forget.
1438342 1438342
With trembling fingers, he punched them in. 14383421. That was all of them. He punched the E button. There was a moment of complete silence. Then there was the sound of the coffin lid unlatching. Someone sat up out of it. My boy.
なんで？どうしてお前がそんなところに？
Thank you for being completely different in every way, shape, and form. English translation. Snake.
ああ、その声は四つ葉か。心配かけてすまなかったね。
エルス！
お前、どうして？
順平くんに、それからセブンもいるのか。他のみんなはどうしたんだい？
Just like Rip Van Winkle. Still, it was very much like Snake to simply cut to the heart of the matter and ask.
ったく。
Junpei and Seven shared a wry smile. Clover's eyes were filled with tears. That's also completely incorrect, but whatever, fine. With a cry of joy, she leapt into Snake's arms. Oh, that's a cute little CG.
そんなに強く抱きしめないでくれよ。
That did not convey just that in those words,
まだ
whatever.
体があまり言うことを聞いてくれないんだから。
お兄ちゃん、お兄ちゃん。
Clover looked like nothing so much as a lost child who had finally found her home. She cried and cried and cried. Her eyes were red and her nose was running. She hiccuped and gasped as if she were about to begin hyperventilating.
お兄ちゃん、お兄ちゃん。
Her voice was happy but almost desperate, as if she feared he would disappear again if she stopped talking to him. Tear after tremendous tear rolled its way down her face. Her small arms strained as she clutched Snake's body as tightly as she could. Perhaps she had convinced herself he was real. Perhaps she was worried he would be gone the moment she let go. Perhaps she simply didn't know what else to do.
お兄ちゃん、お兄ちゃん。
Ree! Whatever.
参ったな。一体どうしたって言うんだい？まるで僕が死んでしまったみたいな泣き方じゃないか。
まるでじゃないよ。本当に死んじゃったって思ったんだから。
え？
バカ、バカバカバカ。
Clover broke into sobs so great she could no longer talk. It was a touching reunion between brother and sister. Even though Junpei knew they had little time and every minute they waited was a minute they wasted, it felt cruel to pull them apart. Junpei and Seven sat down on one of the pews, waiting for Clover to calm down before explaining to Snake what had transpired.
なるほどね。話は分かったよ。シャワー室に僕の服を着た死体が転がっていた。だから君たちは僕が死んだものと勘違いしてしまった。そういうことだね。
He had quickly and neatly summarized the events of several hours.
ああ。
Junpei nodded.
その後のこともおおむね了解だ。
Correct.
船長室の死体のこと。
Indeed.
船長室の下に関しちゃ俺の方が驚かされたがな。
悪いな。話すタイミングがなかなか見つからなくて。
まあいいけどよ。
とはいえ、僕が意識を失っている間に何が起こったのかについては大体分かったけれど、誰がなぜそれを行ったのかについては依然として謎だらけだね。僕に見せかけたシャワー室の死体、船長室の死体、一体誰が何のためにそんな殺し方をしたのだろ
う。心当たりはねえのか？
ないよ。どうして僕に聞くんだい？
シャワー室の男。面倒だから SO とでも呼ぶことにしようか。
Mr. X.
その SO は
Don't let Capcom hear that one.
一方お前は今怪しげな儀式服のようなものを身にまとってる。誰かがニルスの服を脱がして SO に着せたことは間違いないだろう。だからそいつの正体さえわかれば。
Oh, so you said the word ace there a second ago. I'm a little curious about that one, but alright.
いや、悪いけど僕は何も知らないよ。
Unless I just misheard, but either way.
何しろ目覚めたのはついさっきのことなんだからね。それまで僕はずっと意識を失ってたんだ。多分その間に服を着せ替えられたんだと思う。
意識を失ったのはいつ？
みんなで手分けをしてレッドの基盤を探してた時だよ。
場所は？
C デッキの通路に並んだ個室の中だ。
どうして意識をなくしたんだ？
この船に拉致されてきた時と同じだよ。突然部屋の中に機体の噴出する缶のようなものが投げ込まれたんだ。例の麻酔ガスの缶だと思う。
ってことは犯人は
ゼロ。
ゼロか。
みてえだな。
あとは僕から話せることは何もないよ。気がついたらそこにある棺桶の中だったというわけさ。
Junpei crossed his arms and thought.
なぜだゼロはどうして SO にニルスの服を着せたりしたんだ SO ニュースに偽装することによって一体ゼロにどんなメリットがあったっていうんだわからないわからないわからないといえば俺があの棺の暗証番号を当てることができた理由も真実は去り真実は去り真実は去ったあの謎の言葉は一体何だったんだ
It came from another timeline.
どうして俺はあの言葉を聞いた後バングルの特急を押したんだ
Seven had asked him about it while they waited for Clover to finish crying. He had no answer. It came from behind. Boom. He had no answer for him then, and he still did.
無意識のうちに指が勝手に動いてる
From
そうとしか言いようがなかった
past future me. Indeed. It's just actually I can't say that, that's a spoiler. All I know is that yes.
わからないわからないわからない
His mind was a maelstrom of mysteries, clues, theories, and more mysteries. He could barely think.
そういえばニルスと四つ葉が被験者となった9年前の実験のことも
携帯形成場にアクセスする能力は2つの要素によって増
Epiphany
強され
and
るの。
danger.
一つはひらめき、もう一つは危機。それで実際に一人亡くなっちゃったの。女の子が。その子の名前は
この船で行われたっていう9年前の実験その実験の犠牲となった一人の少女携帯形成は仮説2つの殺人事件すり替えトリックノナリーゲーム
And whatever strange thing was happening to Junpei himself. A maelstrom in his head spat out words and ideas that had disappeared back into it almost as soon as he grasped them. But as he struggled through them, Junpei began to realize something. There was something that tied all of them together. And the point connecting the dots...
ゼロこのゲームを画策した首謀者俺たち9人を閉じ込めた張本人ゼロは全てを知っているはずだゼロの正体を暴けば全ての謎は明らかになる
Who was Zero? Junpei had the beginnings of a theory. If he could only test it. Or perhaps...
とにかく考えるのは後回しだ。それよりも早くここから出よう。順平くんが最後に時計を見た時には4時半だったんだろ。だとするとタイムリミットまで。だからさ、早く。
ちょっと待ってくれ。ここから出るってどうやって？
決まってるだろ。もう一枚の9の扉を開いてだよ。
5 plus 4 plus 7 plus 2 equals... Yeah, well, just like I was saying earlier. 18. 1 plus 8 equals 9.
ああ、そうか。そうだよな。ニルスがいりゃ9の扉を開けるんじゃねえか。
もしかして気づいてなかったの？
As they sniped back and forth, Junpei glanced at Snake's left hand. He was wearing a bracelet with a 2 on it.
そういう大事なことはもっと早く言えよな。
いや、当然気づいてるものだとばかり思ってたから。
ああ、もういい。とにかく行くぞ。
Seven stomped off toward the smaller number 9 door. Clover, Snake, and Junpei followed. Seven quickly laid his hand on the RED, and asterisk appeared on the screen. Junpei and the others followed suit and laid their hands on the scanner panel. Soon there were 4 asterisks on the screen. Seven glanced at them, then laid his hand on the lever of the RED.
よし、それじゃ行こう。
あ、
Junpei paused for a moment.
まだだ。え？ここをくぐり抜ける前にどうしても一つ確かめておきたいことがあるんだよ。
確かめておきたいこと？
Do we really have time right now for that, Junpei? Oh my goodness sakes. Alrighty. I see. Uh-huh. Alright, man.
そうだ。だがその前にセブン、レバーを引いてくれないか？
Well, what time is it? I mean, it doesn't matter. I don't need to work tomorrow.
この4人の認証でちゃんと扉が開くかどうかを確認しておきたい。
なもん確認するまでもなく。
いいから頼むよ。ただし扉が開いても絶対に先には進まないこと。頼むよ。とても重要なことなんだ。どうしても調べなければならないことがあるんだよ。協力してくれ。
Junpei looked directly into Seven's eyes. The older man looked back for a moment, then nodded.
分かったよ。
Seven pulled down on the lever and door 9 creaked open. Then they waited. 6, 7, 8. After 9 seconds, the door closed.
さて、これで俺たち4人で9の扉を開けることが分かった。
だからなんだって言うんだよ。そんなの当然だろ。
当然。ああ、確かに当然だ。じゃあこの4人にゼロのバングルを加えたら。
はあ？
ゼロの？
四つ葉、出してくれ。
For a moment, Clover looked surprised, but she recovered quickly and stuck her tongue out at Junpei.
やっぱりバレてたんだ。何かの役に立つんじゃないかと思って持ってきておいたんだけど。
She reached into one of the pockets of her voluminous, I'm an idiot, jacket and produced a bracelet. Junpei took it from her and turned to Seven.
こいつは船長室にあった死体の左手首にはめられていたものだ。ご覧の通り文字盤にはゼロと表示されている。以降は便宜的に船長室で殺されていたあの男のことを船長とそう呼ぶことにしよう。さて、もしも本当に船長がゼロなら、俺と四つ葉にこのバングルを加えて認証しても9。
5 plus 4 plus 0 equals 9.
もっとも船長がこのゲームの首謀者なら、わざわざ自分の手首にバングルなんてはめるはずがないんだが、まあとにかく試してみよう。四つ葉、手を貸してくれ。
うん。
あとはこの船長のバングルを押し当ててレバーを下げる。
However, error. The door didn't open. The RED's display read error.
やっぱりな。さて、このことから何がわかるだろ
う。バングルは手首にはめてねえと認証されねえんじゃねえのか？
Incorrect.
いや、それはありえない。船長のバングルをパネルに載せたとき、3つ目のアスタリスクが灯っただろう。手首にはめているかどうかは関係ないんだ。バングルがパネルに接近すれば割り振られた数字が入力される。
Seven waved his bracelet in front of the scanner panel. Sure enough, a single asterisk appeared on the RED.
なるほど。確かにそうみてえだな。
だろ？ということはどういうことか。可能性は一つしかない。
そのバングルに割り振られている数字はゼロじゃない。そういうことだね。
そうだ。
じゃあ一体何番なのかな？
確かめてみよ
う。Junpei, scan the bracelet with this combination. Oh, hold on. I forget what number it actually is because we did know what it was earlier in one of the other endings. But we're gonna do snake, or we did snake, clover. No, we didn't do snake.
ニルス、 四つ葉。この組み合わせで9の扉が開い。
However. Wow, did I nail it on the first? No, never mind.
つまり
ってこと。セブン。この組。
Oh wow, okay, second time.
おい、開いたぞ。扉が開いた。
なんで？どういうこと？
Both Seven and Clover seemed rather shaken as they turned to look at Junpei for answers. The door slid heavily shut. Junpei raised an eyebrow.
要するに、船長のバングルに割り振られた数字は
7 plus 5 plus 6. 8 equals 18. 1 plus 8 equals 9.
文字盤にゼロって表示されてるのにか。
いや、これはゼロじゃないんだ。
It is merely an illusion.
この文字盤に表示されてるのは、数字のゼロではなく、
I swear to Jebediah, if you're gonna tell me it's an O instead of a 0.
アルファベットの
I swear to Jebediah, Bungie.
おお。
ねえ、ちょっと待ってよ。よくわからないけど。とにかく、船長のバングルには、6が割り振られてたんだよね。
ああ。
それじゃあ、6番は2人いたってこと？
There should be 3 6s, but that's just me. Before Junpei could answer, Snake spoke up.
いや、多分一人だけだ。
どうして？紫がいるじゃん。
これはあくまでも僕の仮説に過ぎないけれど、おそらく紫の番号は6じゃなかったんだよ。彼女のバングルは上下逆にはめられてたんだ。
You're saying it was 9?
つまり、紫の本当のバングルナンバーは
9だった。
多分ね。
じゃあ、今までのナンバリングドアの仕組みは全部デタラメだったの？
どうしてそうなるんだい？
だってそうじゃん。紫が9だったら計算が合わなくなっちゃうもん。
Clover grabbed Junpei's notebook and began to write furiously in it. Junpei leaned over to look at it.
紫がこれまでに通ってきたナンバリングドアのリスト。
うん。お兄ちゃんにもわかるように一つずつ読み上げてくね。以上だよ。リストには誰と一緒にその扉に入ったのかも書いてある。数式も合わせてね。で、その式の6のところが9に変わっちゃったら計算が合
I
わ
was
なくなる
just
で
about
しょ。
to ask, but thank you for answering
数
that
字
for
根
me.
が7じゃ4の扉は開けないはずだし、数字根が2じゃん。
四つ葉、そのリストを見て何か気づかないかい？
何かって？
3だな。
3？
サンタが常に一緒にいる。そういうことだろ
ああ、そうだ。
それが
Hmm.
だから、そういうことさ。聞くところによると、サンタは初めてこの部屋を訪れた時、紫を置き去りにすることに対して先頭を切って反対したそうじゃないか。なぜだろう。どうしてサンタはそんなことを？答えは簡単だ。サンタはセブンとヤシロの2人と組んでも9の扉を開けなかったんだよ。なぜなら彼の本当の数字は3じゃなかったからだ。
This number isn't
サン
actually
タの本
3.
当の数字はセブン。悪いけど代筆してもらえないかな。
No
う。わ
way.
かった。
Hold on. Are you telling me Santa's 0? Seven took the pen from a confused Clover and began to adjust her calculations.
つまり、ニルスが言いたいのはこういうことだろ。
You absolute git. Oh, I'm gonna kill him. He read out the changes he made. When he finished, he looked at Snake. I am going to kill, absolutely destroy, Santa when we get out of this place.
ありがとう。
I am going to
その通りだ。
annihilate
セブン。
him.
要するにサンタの本当の数字は3ではなく0だったんだ。
そんな
Absolute get.
サンタがゼロ？
紫は6じゃなくて9だった。逆にサンタは3じゃなくて0だったんだ。プラス3とマイナス3。相殺されて計算式の答えはトントンになっていたというわけだ。
サンタは首謀者のくせに律儀にも終始ノナリーゲームのルールにのっとって行動してたってわけだな。
そうなるね。
ってことはサンタが何もかも画策したっ
So
てい
it
うの？
would appear.
単独犯かどうかは
So
わからない
it would appear.
けれど彼がゼロだってことは間違いないと思う。僕の仮説が正しければね。
Clover bit her lip. She seemed to be having some difficulty believing her brother's explanation. Junpei remained silent in thought.
ウイルスの話どうも釈然としないな。紫のバングルが逆にはめられていたなんて、もしも仮にそうだったとしたら今度は
Oh, whew,
9
excuse
のバン
me.
グルが重複することになってしまうわけで、だとすると
さあ話はこれで終わりだ。行こう。扉の外へ。
Door 9 opened. They leapt through.
すぐそこだ。
The DEAD was directly in front of them as they came through the door. Quickly, they scanned their bracelets. And the detonator stopped. After pausing for a moment to catch their collective breath, Junpei and his companions headed down the long hallway in front of them.
よし行こう。
At the end of a set of stairs leading down into the ship,
この階段ボトムデッキに繋がっているみたいだね。
they leaned out and looked over to the side.
浸水はしてないようだな。
降りるか。
After deciding it was safe, they headed down to the stairs. Or headed down the stairs, rather. Before long, Junpei and his companions found themselves on the bottom deck. Goodness sakes alive, I'm so curious. They turned left. Before long, Junpei and his companions found themselves on the bottom deck. They turned left into another hallway, at the end of which they found another door.
こいつは
I don't remember my alchemical symbols. Mars? No, not Mars. Mars is the male symbol. It's not Uranus. Is it Neptune? And of course, there was a symbol engraved over the keyhole. Uranus. No, I think Uranus was on the key card we got earlier. Yes, Neptune, okay. It looks like the sort of harpoon one would use to hunt fish, the kind with 3 prongs. Trident. Yeah, that's kind of where my mind was going as well. But I'm like, there's no way it could be that obvious, but we'll see. I'm sure it is Neptune, but Snake traced the shape with it, shape of it with his
海
fingers.
洋性のマークだね。
It is
どこかに
Neptune.
鍵があるんだろう。
Oh, thank you, alchemists of the Bronze Age.
海洋性の鍵か。今俺が持ってるのは天王星のカードキーだけだな。
Clearly, it wasn't going to open this door.
惑星も違うし、鍵って言っても種類が違うんじゃね。
ひとまず引き返すか。
だな。
After examining the door for a few more minutes, they gave up and headed back the door they'd come.
また扉だ。
With a little more searching, they found a metal door.
今度はカードリー
There's
ダーか。
Uranus. A symbol was engraved onto the card reader.
天王星のマーク。
ここだな。
He muttered to himself and slid the card through the reader. It beeped once, and the light on it turned green. With a heavy metal groan, the door creaked open. Junpei, Clover, Snake, and Seven looked at one another, nodded, and stepped through. The room they found themselves in was full of books.
すごい。
Talk about a...
本だら
Goodness
け。
sakes, what a library.
ここまで来ると壮観だな。
It looked remarkably like a library. No kidding. Not the sort of library where large numbers of people came to read books. More the sort of library that was simply a place to store books. An Athenaeum, if you would. He felt a little overwhelmed by the sheer number of books, but Junpei did his best to speak with authority.
とにかく、さっきの通路の先に進むためには、海洋製の鍵が必要だ。手分けしてそれを探そう。
うん。
わかった。
了解だ。
よし。それじゃあ探索開始だ。時間がないぞ。急げ。
Alice sleeps in a small chamber past the forest of knowledge. As he began his search for reasons he didn't fully understand, Junpei felt those particular words float through his mind. Seek a way out? Seek a way out. I'll probably solve this, and then we'll probably call it, and then we will for actual realsies. Hopefully. Presuming I don't have overtime, next week. Or I may do this on Sunday. I don't know. We'll see. Sunday before the tabletop RPGs, before the breaking of the Fades. Alright. I don't even know where to begin. Here's a good place to start. Note on the table. Lines to the books. What does that mean? Interesting. Well, intelligence often hides itself in darkness. Have you ever thought about the pages of a book? Each page only sees, what, maybe 2 or 3 minutes of light before the reader is on to the next? Something like that, yeah. They spend the rest of their lives locked in darkness. Rather like myself. That's horrible! Oh, don't get me wrong. I'm not complaining, not at all. I live in the darkness, yes. But that has gifted me with the ability to catch the truths others might miss. I can hear the voices hidden in the darkness, you might say. That's a good way of looking at it. It's a coat rack! Like a place where you can hang coats and hats and stuff. Well, this one's not too big, so maybe just hats. Goodness sakes. This one says, transition of extinct species. We need to hurry it up, or we're going to end up in the pages of a book like that. Introduction to geology, huh? Thinking about the Earth, even when you're on the ocean, kind of romantic in a way, I guess. Theories of the Cambrian explosion? Did a bomb go off near somewhere called Cambria? Wrong kind of explosion. Roughly 500 million years ago, during what is known as the Cambrian period, research suggests that the variety of living organisms increased by an order of magnitude. Why that happened is, however, still something of a mystery. There are a number of theories. This book is most likely a collection of them. The theory of evolution. Heck, even I know this one. This is that Darwin guy, right? Well, yes and no. Charles Darwin wrote a book called On the Origin of the Species. In it, he puts forth his theory of evolution. Yeah, I remember that part. He called it natural selection. Exactly. Mother Nature. Is that some sort of book about hippie chicks? Probably not, except perhaps tangentially. It's most likely about environmental protection. I was just trying to make a joke. Dude, hippie chicks, really? Paleontology! This one's about fossils, right? Ammonites are pretty nasty looking. Why did mankind lose their tails? Junpei, do you know about this? What this one's about? Why are you asking me? I didn't even know we had tails to lose. Maybe you should ask a human with a tail. Mankind's ancestor most likely lost their tails as they were no longer useful. The nutrients required to grow them were better put to use elsewhere. How did you know I was going to hit that line at that exact moment, game? At least that's what I read. I was rather young. I may have remembered it incorrectly. Huh. Why the hell would a kid be reading a book like that? Micrographia, huh? Ah yes, Robert Hooke's famous work, first published in 1665. He built a microscope and examined insects, inorganic substances, and other things too small to be seen in detail by human eyes. He then drew pictures of many of the things he'd examined and published them in a book. I'd hazard a guess this shelf is concerned with natural sciences. Creatures of the South Seas, huh? I wonder if this one's got books of colorful fish and stuff. We're gonna be here forever. Ooh. Dark. Wait, what? Dad Kind 1. Libernese 1. Owen. Owen 1. Oh. I know Owen 1 well. Sheldrake. Sheldrake? Dad Kind. What the hell is this? Wasn't that a German mathematician? Maybe it's a compilation of his work. Libernese. This book is in German. It looks like it's a complete work of something. I've never heard of it. Well, if Snake doesn't know what it is, I don't think we'll ever know. Owen, huh? Owen isn't enough to go on. Perhaps it's about the English Revolutionary. Sheldrake? Sheldrake. Isn't Sheldrake... It says Riemann hypothesis! What is there to hypothesis about Riemann? Isn't it pretty straightforward? Heavens, no. There are many factors. Length, girth, lubrication, or lack thereof. Phrasing! It's an exciting and rapidly growing field. Phrasing! Wow! The Pythagorean theorem. This is a famous one. Sounds like there are a number of math books in this section. There's a weird book, Junpei! Indian mathematics! Ah, that's funny! Well, why is that funny? Algebraic number theory. Math, huh? There's another one like that over here. You mean something like primary number theory, or analytical number theory, or geometry? Oh my gosh, how did you know? Nobody said anything about those! Well, number theory is usually split into 4 chief disciplines. If there was a book named Algebraic Number Theory, I took a wild guess that the other 3 would be there as well. Looks like I was right. This one's Gold Box Conjecture. Conjecture? What's it about, like magic or psychic stuff or something? Right, I bet it's about jewelry, isn't it? It may have an odd title, but it's actually a very respectable mathematics book. It deals with one of the unsolved problems of additive number theory. Sorry I said anything. Look, let's not get into this right now, okay? Ooh, what's this one? Modern Japanese literature, huh? What's this? Origin of Japanese folklore? Looks like there are a bunch of books about Japanese culture here. Mostly ones about folklore that are gimme, 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 gimme. Well, folklore can cover a wide range of subjects. History, urban life, religious trends, environmental changes, oral traditions. Folklore can cover all of those things, if you know where to look. This looks pretty deep. Agriculture and historical organizations in folklore. A picture book. Here? Looks like it's an old folk tale. Don't you think it's a little weird that this book's the only picture book? Maybe you ought to hold on to it. Oh, thank you. Tales of Old Japan. Got a magic wand on it. Okay. So, what's inside? Well, aren't you going to open it? Pretty sure it's just gonna have pages inside. Smart. Whoa! Pop-up book. SEI5. Seis. Ocho. Nueve. Diez. Let's see what we've got here. So many books here. I wonder what this one's... Whoa! What's this? Warm? Oh! So sorry! Oh, no, I'm sorry. Hey, what's the deal with this sappy stuff? No. There you go. In the middle of the glass door is a cylinder lock. You know, the kind of lock where you rotate the numbers around until you get the right ones to open it. What the hell is this? It's like they just gave us the answer. Guess I might as well give it a shot. Wait, what? Did they? Oh. 632415. 632415. 632415. 415. 150. You did it, Junpei! Yay! I don't know why, but I don't really feel particularly happy about being praised for that. Whatever. At least the lock's open now. Let's see if we can get it open, alright? All 6 books seem to be pointing at the cylinder number lock. Oh, hey. A powerful light bulb. Granted, I should probably search that. Feels like a light bulb. Oh my goodness. Pretty high wattage too, unless I missed my guess. This should generate quite a bit of light. Well, something darkness, something door to darkness, something Mickey Mouse, something light of Kingdom Hearts, something Japanese literature tropes. This iron plate is bolted down. I don't think it's a door. I think it's just a wall. It's a small enclosure with 9 sides. There are 3 of these things that look kind of like music stands. Hey, Junpei! You think maybe you're supposed to put those pop-up books on the stands? And you could open them up! Oh yeah. If you do that, then they make a shadow on the bottom there. True, but there are 3 stands, right? We don't have enough picture books. In other words, we need 3 picture books. Hold on. Glorious. Okay, we already did that. We already did, no, bad. All right, we go back up. Go here. Ernal, Pew, Nedb, Ofub. What's the deal with these titles? They're all just gibberish. Hey, what if we, switch them around? Switch them around. Yep, you can spell penis. Technically, yes. If we move them around, maybe they'll spell something. Oh, I get it. Yeah, heck, it's worth a shot. Penor. Penor. Bulb, I immediately see. I'll curse you. Come on. Open here, find bulb. How about this? Looks like putting those books in the right order opened this thing up. Heh, that was a piece of cake. Hooray! You did it, Junpei! I guess that turned out well enough. So the letters from the title spell out, open here, find bulb. Sure enough, powerful light bulb, same as the other. The light bulb looks like it's brand new. And it's really big, so it'll make a lot of light. There are a couple books on this shelf. Nothing of interest, however. Quantum gravity! 7, do you have any idea what this is? How about you start by using real words? Then maybe we'll get somewhere. Are property values going up out in space too these days? Man, guess times are tough for aliens too. This one says cosmic inflation. Don't look that up. Supersymmetric string theory and 10-dimensional space-time. Ugh. They're just talking about superstring theory. It's a theory of reality where, how to explain? It says that all elements of the universe are governed by the vibrations and harmonics of tiny supersymmetric strings. That's a great way of putting it, yeah. What's this? An overview of conformal field theory. Ah, well, it's a theory that posits an invariant quantum field where conformal transformation can take place. Knock it off with this science voodoo stuff. You're trying to put me to sleep. Theory of general relativity, huh? Oh, I know this one! That's Einstein, right? All that's here is Faraday's laws of electrolysis? Electrolysis? I believe that's going to be about electrolysis in an electrolyte solution. These particular laws were set down by Michael Faraday. Oh yeah, open here, find bulb. Don't dead, open inside. Hey, it's another one of those kids' picture books. It looks a lot like the other one we found. It's a book. Cowboys and Indians. This one has some Native Americans on the front, on the cover. Hey, Junpei, take a look at this one. Native Americans, huh? Maybe it's got some... Whoa! Lilk. These books all seem to be about history. History of the medieval period! Maybe it's about Sir Lancelot? Isn't he just a story? I don't think you're gonna find a guy who didn't really exist in a history book. Oriental history? Maybe this one's about China's 4,000 years of history or something? Hey, Chinese history and Oriental history aren't the same thing. This one's called History of the Western World. Well, I'd assume it's about European history. Yeah. Just gonna leave it at that, Snake. Doesn't seem like you. Hey, look at this. This book's called Greek Mythology. Damn, that thing's huge. Can't imagine anyone's actually gonna read the whole thing. Bet! Pretty sure it'd put me to sleep. Permian creatures. Seems a little fancy for some kind of prehistoric critter. Not to mention, most of them were likely reptiles and amphibians. Without hair, I can't imagine they had much need of perms. It's got nothing to do with this. Look, this one says Cultural Heritage of Rome! But that's gonna be serious inheritance tax. The History of Buddhism. Real thoughtful there, my friend. This one! It looks like a picture book from earlier! The one with pop-ups! You think they're part of a series or something? They do have the same binding. Fundamentals of baseball. There's a baseball in this one. Come on, Junpei, let's see what's in it. I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say it's probably baseball stuff. Whoa! Head. Give head, it says. Huh, I wonder why it would say that. Functions of the human brain, huh? I guess this is a book about the nervous system? I'd love to ask you to read it to me, but I don't think we have the time. I'm kinda curious about it too! There's gotta be a reason why people connect with each other, you know? Dissection Atlas, huh? This whole shelf is full of medical books. Looks like this one's called Recreation of Lost Human Functions. You think they're talking about if you, like, lose part of your body, then you could grow it back? I don't think so. Maybe they're talking about reconstructing abilities that humankind once possessed. In other words, they may be talking about cultivating a sixth sense. Ancient Gladiators. What's this book doing here? Maybe they were researching human physical limits across history. Human equilibrium theory. Human anatomy. Regeneration of internal organs! This book is just called Dissection. This bookshelf must be all medical books. From what I can tell, it sounds as though these books have been organized by genre. This library must be massive. I'm rather impressed by how well organized it is. Oh look, Seven! Here's a book that's perfect for you! It's called Correlation of Muscle, Bone Density, and Bone Strength! You're just saying that because it says muscle. Principles of Monkey Behavior, huh? I'd imagine that's a book describing parazoology. I'm pretty sure I mispronounced that horribly, but, you know. Parazoology. Parazoology. Studies on monkeys. Monkeys are very similar to humans evolutionarily, so I imagine the research was fruitful. Alright, we have our 3 pop-ups. Let's go check this out. Small enclosure, music sheets. Put the pen. This is a little weird. 5 head. Rake. 5. Yes, indeed. Darn it. Alright, hold on. Let's look around a bit more then. Okay, we did that. We did that. Did we do this? Yeah, Japanese literature. Yep, we did all that. Okay. There's one we're missing then. Cultural heritage of Rome, history, okay. There aren't any books that look suspicious. Functions of the human brain. Okay, yep. Functions of the human brain. Transition of extinct creatures. Man, this thing's narrow. I feel like I'm walking across a tightrope. Geez, Snake, aren't you scared? Imagine a wall 20 inches wide that runs along the top of a 10-story building. Could you walk along that wall, Junpei? No way! And what about a balance beam in a gymnasium? Oh, well, that's easy. You don't find that strange? A balance beam is far narrower than 20 inches. So why is it that a balance beam possesses no challenge to you, but the hypothetical 10-story wall does? The light can easily turn people into cowards. From time to time, a life in darkness can give you courage. What am I missing? Note on the table, it says light to the books. Indeed. Hey, it's not here then. There's gotta be something to this. Pythagorean theorem. That's the folklore and myths. Can't read them. The iron wall. The black hole hypothesis. Gamma ray astrophysics. I guess this bookshelf has an astronomy theme. Energy theory, development of nanotechnology materials, interactions between shortwave energy and matter. What else we've got? Just listening to you read those titles is giving me a headache! Can't say fancy technology stuff and I get along real well. Keep on talking about that stuff and you're gonna put me to sleep. Yep, we did that already. Oh, what? Yes. Indeed. Handrails made of metal. What am I missing? Found the first bulb there. Yeah. Folklore and myths. That takes us upstairs. Okay. And that's just the same as this. Hold on. Can I look at the camera, please? Thank you. Okay, so we're looking dead ahead. Okay, we're looking over on the here. And that's the lost human functions. Go over here. I think this is the new one. This book is called Mind Swap. You mean you could, like, change bodies with someone? Well, I guess I wouldn't mind switching bodies with my brother or Junpei too much. But I'd rather die than let Seven switch with me! What the hell? Like I'd even want to swap bodies with a little brat like... Hey! Were you just imagining it? You were! Shut up. Yeah, well, he wasn't the only one. Oh, goodness. Teletemporation and telepathy. What the hell is this one about? Well, I know what telepathy is, but I've never heard of teletemporation. It refers to having the ability to travel through time. This one says the golden rabbit and the moon on it! Does that mean it's about a rabbit that lives on the moon? Rabbits are pretty cute, but what's the moon stuff about? It's talking about the Judas tree that is said to grow on the moon, according to Chinese legend. Judas tree? Whatever. I don't want to know. Yes, I do. Kitab al-Azif. Man, they've got some weird stuff here. I can't even pronounce this one. I don't know, I found it pretty easy. Who's that? Some famous guy? It's not a person's name. It's the name of a fictional book created by Abdul al-Hazrid. Oh, Call of Cthulhu. It's Lovecraft. The Necronomicon. It's said to be one of the sources used in the creation of the legendary Book of the Dead, the Necronomicon. Oh! So these are all occult books and stuff? Yes. Kitab as-Azif. You know, I've been listening to a lot of Lovecraft audiobooks. I probably should have caught that one. Although, granted, I haven't heard that particular book mentioned. Granted, there's a lot of books that are mentioned that are, like, sort of the inspiration for, like, the Necronomicon and all that, so... Okay, we've done that. Okay, so, map. Help me here. Okay. I presume we can't go forward. Yes. Okay, so... We're looking at here. So, top left, already checked out. Already done and good. Over here, open and find. The shelf has a bunch of different difficult-looking books, like Conformal Field Theory. There are some physics books here called, like, Theory of General Relativity, Quantum Gravity. Yeah, the laws of electro, blah, blah, blah. Energy theory, huh? I don't even understand the damn title. Looks like this shelf's all science and technology. Okay, and that was on the right side over here. So now if we turn to the right again... Nope, I have ended up backwards. Ended up here, okay. We've already done these two. We need to look at this one, I think. I can go over here. Okay. Black hole hypothesis. History. Okay. What's Hellenism? I think it's something like a fusion of Greek and Oriental culture. Permian culture. Cultural heritage of Rome. History of Buddhism. History of the medieval period. Oriental history. And then the Western world. And we already did that. And we found the pop-up book there. I am losing my absolute mind. Where in hell's name? Okay, what's with the coat rack? Indeed. Scaffold wire, yes. Mm-hmm. Okay, yes. Japanese folklore. Bunch of Japanese books. Folklore and myth. It's gotta be something... Okay, yes. International books. It's gotta be something with this. But what in the world do I have to click on? But the volume number written on the lower part of the spine. No kidding. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 5, 6, 7. Okay. What the world am I missing here? You can sort of see the letters. It's too dark to really tell, though. Yeah, no kidding. I'm going nutto. Oh, goodness. Let's see. What am I missing here? Lights to the books. No kidding. Yes. Have I not looked at this? Paleontology, Mother Nature, evolutionary theory. No, we've done that. Ladder? Okay. This is the occult section. This is, yeah, open. And here, find bulb. It's just the open bulb thing again. History, we did that. Energy theory. I'm gonna lose my mind. What's this one called? Oh, hey, this is new. It says Foundations of DNA and Genetic Engineering. Oh, that's not great. Maybe. Automated Robotic Assembly Line Techniques. Huh. What's that? Some sort of comic book? Jeez, I guess boys really like that stuff, huh? No, you're thinking of a different sort of robot. This book is talking about automated machinery that's used to build things like cars. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, goodness. Communication and computer science, huh? That's a pretty generic title. To be honest, it's so vague I don't really know what it might be about. An overview of photochemistry. I think whoever set this up wanted us to see the cover, not the spine. Let's look at it, okay? Oh, hey. A lot of space behind those books. Look, Junpei! I think there's something hidden behind the books! There we go, there's the third one. I'm like, it's gotta be here somewhere. And sure enough. Not kidding, don't push. Oh, goodness. Kinda, you know, doesn't help that all this looks the same, but either way. We'll complete this, and then we will be done for the day. So we have been going on for 4 hours, and I'm getting sweaty. All right, so there are 3 lights here. I'm gonna change these bulbs. Now they should... Shield Rake 5. Awesome! It worked! Way to go, Junpei. Good job, buddy. There's something projecting on the bottom! These letters, they seem familiar. Shield Rake 5.
Shield Rake.
Oh, Sheldrake. Not Shielddrake. Sheldrake 5.
そういや、この部屋のどっかに全集があったな。そいつが書いた本。
Novel screen, please. Junpei read the text out loud. Thank you.
うん。確かその辺にあったはず。
見てこよ。
私も行く。
Seven and Clover walked off, leaving Junpei and Snake behind.
シールドレイク。知ってるのかい？シールドレイクのこと。
Junpei grinned.
ああ、ヤシロから聞いたよ。
Oh, yeah.
イギリスの生化学者シールドレイクという人が面白い学説を唱えててね。形態形成場仮説、あるいは形成的因果作用の仮説。
おお、ヤシロからね。
あとは四つ葉からも。
四つ葉から？
ああ、確かこんなことを言ってたな。
形態形成場にアクセスする能力は2つの要素によって
Epiphany and
増強される
danger.
の。一つはひらめき、もう一つは危機。
やれやれ、参ったな。あれだけ口止めしておいたのに。
口止めを？どうして？
Bad?
う
No.
ん。
Junpei's eyes narrowed.
なあ、時間がないから黙ってたんだが、そろそろ聞かせてもらえないか。
何を？
とぼけんなよ。実験のことに決まってんだろ。
Snake's shoulders slumped and he shook his head slowly. He'd finally given
わ
up.
かったよ。すべて話そ
Excellent.
う。だが、ここではなんだ。上のフロアに移動しよ
All right. Junpei nodded. With that, they climbed the stairs to the top floor. Snake was silent for a moment after they arrived, then finally crossed his arms and spoke.
う。まずは、僕がどうして今まで実験のことを黙っていたのか。なぜ四つ葉にも口止めをしたのか。
Please.
理由は単純なことなんだ。ゼロから誰にも喋るなと命令されてたんだよ。
Oh,
だから黙ってたんだ。
fair enough.
と言っても、直接会って指示を受けたわけじゃない。そのメッセージは、一枚のカードに刻まれてたんだ。
Snake reached into his sleeve and pulled out a small, stiff piece of paper.
これは
It's in Braille.
展示カードじゃないか。大階段の前で見せてもらったものと。つまり、カードは2枚あったってことか。
いや、このカード1枚だけだよ。
は？どういうことだ？カードにはノナリーゲームの詳しいルールが書いてあったんじゃないのか？
ああ、確かに書いてあったよ。あの時読み上げたルールは全て実際に展示カードに記されていたものだ。だが書かれていたのはそれだけじゃない。あえて読み上げなかった部分が決して読むことのできなかった記述が他にもあったんだよ。
それは？
9年前のことは誰にも言うな。言えば妹の起爆タイマーを作動させる、そんな脅し文句さ。
なるほど、そういうことだったのか。
Snake nodded.
四つ葉にはゼロからのメッセージはなかったのか？
ああ、なかったらしい。だけど僕の口だけを封じておいて、四つ葉の方は完全にフリーっていうのはおかしい。
Because you two were at different sites. She went to the Nevada site, you went to a different site.
そうだな。
だから念のため四つ葉にも誰にも喋るなと言っておいたんだ。けど君には話してしまったみたいだね。参ったよ。
別に参ることはないだろう。俺がこうして確信に近づけてるのは四つ葉が話してくれたおかげなわけだし。それに起爆タイマーうんぬんってのもただのハッタリだったみたいだしな。下のフロアで四つ葉ピンピンしてるぜ。
Snake glanced down at Clover and Seven, examining one of the bookshelves.
そりゃそうだよ。安全だと分かったからこそ、こうして君に真実を伝える気になったんじゃないか。ゼロの正体はサンタである可能性が高い。そのサンタは今おそらく僕らを監視できる状態にはないだろう。いや、仮に監視できていたとしても彼は僕らを殺したりはしないはずだ。
どうして？
さっき四つ葉から教えてもらったんだよ。クローバーのリーフワードの件を。それを聞いて確信したんだ。彼はあの時の仲間に違いないとね。その彼が僕らを殺すなんてことは考えたとえ、どんな事情があったとしても。
Snake paused and cocked his head, as though he was listening to something very far away. His face looked dark, as though something was weighing on him.
ニルス。
Junpei wasn't quite sure what to say. Snake turned and looked at him.
ああ、わかってるよ。実験のことが知りたいんだろ。
Correct.
そうだ。
君はどこまで知ってるんだい？
Bits and
俺が四
pieces.
つ葉から聞いたのは。
なるほど。携帯形成場仮説とそれを応用した9年前の実験。それがこの船とネバダの実験場で行われたこと。そして失ってしまった僕らの仲間四つ葉のやつはそこまで君に話したんだね。
Snake looked down. His face was tight. A slight tremor shook his body, and he tried to hide it. He was pulling on a good front, but even Junpei could tell that he was holding back something deep and powerful. He made as if to brush something from his face, and Junpei looked up at goodness sakes alive. He made as if to brush something from his face and looked up at Junpei.
とにかく君がどこまで知ってるのかは分かったよ。
誰が、なぜ、何のために、
そうだな。
聞かせてもらえるか。
ああ。
Snake nodded slowly.
実験を企てたのはクレイドル製薬という製薬会社の連中だ。
That part we know, yes.
首謀者は4名。本郷源太郎。
Who is, Ace.
虹崎渚。久保田照明。武蔵堂景親。本郷はクレイドル製薬の CEO。
Yep.
つまりその右腕となって働いていた参謀閣の男が虹崎。久保田は研究開発部部長。武蔵堂はクレイドル製薬の大株主だ。この4名が実験を画策した主要なメンバーということになる。簡単に言うと、立案したのが本郷、実際に動いたのが虹崎、技術面で協力したのが久保田で、資金を提供したのが武蔵堂という構図になる。
本郷、虹崎、久保田、武蔵堂か。
Musashido. Junpei couldn't shake the sense that he had heard those four names somewhere before.
もちろんこの4人だけで全てが行われたわけじゃない。実験を行うにあたって極秘の研究チームが組織された。集められたメンバーの数は十数名。彼らの協力を得て計画は実行されることになった。その計画の名はノナリープロジェクト。 実験の目的は人間を自在に操る能力について研究することにあった。そのために利用されたのが携帯形成場仮説だ。グリセリンがある日を境に突然結晶化するようになったのはなぜか。 EDT の結晶構造がある日を境に突然変化してしまったのはなぜか。ラットに問題を解かせる実験で世代を経るごとに正解率が上昇していったのはなぜか。人間で行われた実験でも同じ。ある問題について答えを知っている人間が多ければ多いほど、それを知らないはずの人たちの正解率も上がった。それは一体
Collective
なぜなのか。
consciousness?
目には見えないフィールドに形態モルフが格納されているからだ。そのフィールドを介してモルフは関連する事物へと伝播していく。これが形態形成場仮説のざっくりとしたあらましだ。
だがそれはただの仮説であって、
信じることはできない。
ああ、
今仮に悪魔のささやきを耳にして人を殺してしまった人物がいるとする。
Thanks, son of Sam.
その事件を解明するのに悪魔の実在や不在を証明する必要なんてないんだよ。重要なのはそいつが悪魔の存在を信じていたという。
つまり少なくとも本郷たちは形態形成場仮説を信じていたと。
そういうことだ。
Snake
だけ
nodded.
どまだよくわからないな。実験の目的は人間を自在に操る能力について研究することにあった。さっきそう言ったよな。
ああ、
形態形成場仮説を使うとどうしてそれが可能になるんだ。
簡単に言おう。今100万人の人間にある問題の答えを教えたとする。すると何も教えてもらっていないにもかかわらず、明日君もう一つ例を挙げよう。
Gladly, yes.
今100万人の人間が一斉に逆立ちをしたとする。するとそんなことは何も知らないにもかかわらず、明日君が逆立ちをする確率は高くなるんだ。人間の思考活動や行動パターンもモルフのうちの一つだからね。形成場に刻まれたそれらのモルフは君の中に投影されやすくなるのさ。あくまでも仮説を信じたらの話だけれど、ここまではいいかい？
ああ。
ではもしも仮にその100万人に匹敵する力を持った人物がいるとしたら、
Well, you
どうなんだろう。
you could, relatively speaking, using the morphogenetic field, imprint on those millions of people.
そいつがたった一人で逆立ちするだけで他の人たちも自然と逆立ちしたくなってしまうような、そんな不思議な人物がいるとしたら。
そんなやつ？
まあ待ってくれ。もう一人。今度は逆のパターンを考えてみよう。何の力もない普通の人間がたった一人で逆立ちしただけなのに、その微弱なモルフを汲み取って自然と逆立ちしてしまうような、そんな奇妙な人物がいるとしたら
Energy transference.
どうなる？前者は形成場に書き込む力を持ったもの、後者は読み取る力を持ったもののことだ。ライターとリーダー、送信者と受信者と言ってもいいだろう。もしもそんな能力を持ったペアが存在するとしたら、どう？
Junpei thought about it for a moment.
送信者のモルフ、思考活動や行動パターンが形成場を介して受信者に伝わる。つまりは送信者が受信者を意のままに操ることができるようになると、そう言いたいのか？
ああ、そうだ。
そんなバカなこと。
ありえないかどうかは実際に検証してみなければわからないと、少なくとも本郷たちはそう考えたらしい。だからこそ奴らは実験を行うことにしたんだ。ノナリープロジェクトはこうして開始されることになった。
Snake suddenly looked very serious.
ところで順平くん、ガンツフェルト実験って知ってるかい？
Gonsfeld experiment. That sounds familiar, actually. Junpei cleared his throat and tried to act
あ
calm.
あ、テレパシーを検証するときに
Oh,
よく
because
使
it
わ
was
れる
from
実験のこと
this.
だろう。
Because it was from this game, that's why.
隔離された2つの部屋にそれぞれ被験者 Q と A を配置する。そして Q に映像を見せ、その映像が何なのかを A に当てさせる。
よく知ってるね。その通りだよ。
で、そのガンツフェルト実験がどうしたんだ？
選別のために使われたのさ。ある地方都市にクレイドル製薬の傘下にある総合病院があってね。本郷たちはその病院を訪れた子供たちに対して密かにその実験を行ったんだ。そして素質のある子供たちが、つまり形成馬に対するアクセス能力の高い子供たちが集められることになったと言っても、もちろん自発的に集まってきたわけじゃない。無理やり拉致されてきたんだ。
His face barely moved as he spoke.
さらわれた子供たちの数は2人の兄弟が9組で、不思議なことに兄弟のうちの片方が送信能力に長けていると、もう片方は受信能力に長けているといった感じで、9組の能力はきれいに2つに分かれていた。それにのっとって18人は9人ずつ2つのグループに分けられることになった。グループ9は送信能力に長けた者たちで構成されたチームだった。彼らはアメリカのネバダ砂漠に建設された模擬実験棟、通称9棟に移送されていった。一方、受信能力の高い者たちで構成されたチームはグループ A と呼ばれた。グループ A のメンバーは病院船ギガントの船内に幽閉されることになった。これまでの研究から本郷たちは次の事実に気づいていた。形成馬にアクセスする能力は2つの要素によって増強される。一つはひらめき、もう一つは危機。何か困難な問題に直面した時、悩んで悩み抜いた末にパッと頭の中に解放が浮かぶ瞬間があるだろう。
Yeah, that's how we got you out of the
言うまでもな
coffin.
く、これこそがまさにひらめきだ。このひらめきによって得られた情報は形成馬に書き込まれやすく、また読み取りやすいそうだ。さらにそこに機器が加わることによって形成馬へのアクセス能力が一段と高まることも分かっていた。本郷たちはそこに目をつけたんだ。彼らはギガントの船内に数々のギミックを仕掛けてそれらの謎を解かなければ先には進めない、そういう状況を作り出したんだ。もちろん彼らは危機を与えることも忘れなかった。ギガントの脇腹を爆破し、沈みゆく船の中でグループ A の子供たちにノナリーゲームを行わせたんだ。そうして子供たちを極限状態へと追い込み、能力の発現を促した。一方その頃、グループ9の子供たちは模擬実験棟9棟に監禁されていた。9棟はギガントの構造をそっくりそのまま模したもので、室内に仕掛けられたギミックも、そして本郷たちは9の子供たちに向かってこう言った。部屋に散りばめられた謎を解け。解いたらその情報を A の連中に伝えろ。うまく伝えることができれば A の奴らは先に進むことができる。だが逆に伝えることができなければ、やがてギガントは沈み、お前らの兄弟であるグループ A のメンバーは皆海の藻くずと化すことになるだろうとね。事故を起こしたアポロ13号がどのようにして地球に帰還したのか知っているかい？ NASA にはアポロ13号の船内の様子をそっくりそのまま再現したレプリカが存在したんだ。船の構造や取り付けられた装置の類はもちろんのこと、何もかもがアポロ13号にあるものと同じだった。そのレプリカを使って NASA のスタッフたちは実際にアポロ13号で起こった事故を全く同じように再現し、何をどう使えばトラブルを解決することができるか、実際にレプリカの中に身を置いて考えたんだ。そして導き出された方法をアポロ13号の飛行士たちに伝えた。それが助けとなって彼らはどうにか地球への生還を果たした。これと同じようなことがギガントと9頭でも行われたんだ。送信者であるグループ9の子供たちは室内に散りばめられた問題をひらめきによって解決し、その解放を形成馬に書き込んでいった。一方 受信者であるグループ A の子供たちはそれによって問題を解いて先へ先へと進んでいったんだ。これが9年前に行われた実験
Yeah, fair enough.
概要。
Snake sounded defeated. His half-hearted attempt at derision served only to show how much the story had affected him. Just as Junpei was about to speak...
おいジュンペイニルスお前らいつまで食べてんだいい加減こっちに来て手伝ってくれ
Seven's voice echoed up from below. Snake took a deep breath and blinked rapidly, as if just waking up from a long nap.
だそうだ。行こう。時間がない。早く脱出する方法を見つけないと。
Absolutely. Snake headed for the stairs, but Junpei put out an arm to stop him.
待ってくれ。最後に一つだけ聞かせてほしい。拉致されたのは本当に18人なのか？
どうして？
いや、なんとなく16人のような気が。
ああ、なるほど。当時の報道を覚えてたんだね。
We're the missing two.
だけど、
Snake's
さらわ
probably
れたのは
hurt.
間違いなく
Santa's
18人
probably
だよ。
one of them.
そうじゃなければ、ノナリーゲームができ
And
な
let
い
me
だろう。
guess. Since it was all about siblings, Santa's sibling, I'm gonna presume sister, was the one who died in the ship.
確かに
Maybe.
そうだが。
Probably.
じゃあ、報道の方が間違いだったと？
そうだ。実際にはあと2人いたんだよ。その2人は身寄りがなかったらしくてね。捜索願いが出されてなかったんだ。僕らと同じ兄と妹の兄弟だった。
Yeah, it absolutely was Santa and his sister.
兄の方の名前は葵。
Aoi.
妹の
blue.
方の名前は。
Snake couldn't seem to bring himself to continue. It looked as if what he was about to say brought him great
妹の
pain.
名前は
Akane.
茜。
Excusez-moi, mes amis. What?
亡く
Say
なった
again?
少女というのはその子なんだ。
Junpei felt as if he had been punched in the stomach. His vision went blurry and his head felt light.
倉敷茜が死んだ？9年前に？
9 years ago.
じゃあ、今この船にいる紫は一体誰なんだ？いや違う。何考えてんだ一体。
What in the world is going
そん
on
なバカなこと
here?
ありえない。茜なんて名前、大して珍しいものじゃないだろう。名字が同じだっていうのならまだしも、ただ下の名前が同じだってだけで何をうろたえてるんだ俺は。
Stupid goose noises. Now is not the
別人だ。
time.
別人に決まってる。当然じゃないか。
Junpei shook his head hard and pulled himself back to reality.
どうしたんだい？息遣いが荒いようだけど。
Then Snake had noticed. Junpei cleared his throat and tried to act
い
calm.
や、なんでもない。気にしないでくれ。さあ、探索に戻ろう。
Snake raised an eyebrow but said nothing. He headed down the stairs, Junpei bringing up the rear.
聞けなかった。なぜか、その子の名字はただ
Because you don't want to know the
それだ
truth.
けのことが。
With every step he took, the cold, hard sound of feet against metal dug at his heart. Where are we in the flow state? We're still just right here. Goodness sakes. Alright. Sheld guard number 5. For Sheldrake. Button. Oh my goodness. What was that sound? Sounded like something really big was moving. It came from the top floor! Alright, let's go check it out. $13, 14, 10, 13. Thank you, Roman numerals. bet you've got to type something on that keyboard. Yeah, but you can only enter letters. And it looks like you can only enter 4 letters. They all have X on them. Let's see how it works. I guess you need to hit enter once you type in the letters. You can erase what you typed with clear. Okay, I get the basic operations. Let's give it a shot. Okay, so only 4 letters. So X, I, okay. So 13, 14, 10, 13. Damn. Just don't get this. What the hell is the point of these Roman... What is Snake doing? These Roman numerals. If you convert them to Arabic numerals, we'll have 13, 14, 10, and 13. Yes. True. This keyboard only has letters, and we can only enter 4 letters. And why don't you just convert the numbers to letters? Convert the numbers to letters? Okay, so 13, 14, 10, 13. Yeah, I figured as much. Okay. All right, 13, 14, 10, 13. Okay. Convert the letters. Oh, goodness. Hold on. E. This may be something I save until next time, but let's try this. Let's give it a few shots here. Okay, so 13, 10, or no, 14, 10, and 13. Yeah, it'd be TFTT, but that's not correct. Okay. So let's see. 13 plus 14 plus 10 plus 13. Okay, so 17, or no, 27, sorry. 27, 37, 40. So I doubt it'd be 4. Yeah. Because, yeah, 16, or no, 26. Actually, no, hold on. Did I mess up? Yes, I did. Should be 5. Darn it! Okay. So 13, 13 equals 16, or 26. 26 plus 14 is 40, and then plus 10 is 50. Only goes up to, yeah. Oh, why isn't this working? Hey, Junpei, I was thinking, isn't this kind of like the other one? Other one what? Come on, you remember? The one in the captain's room. Yes, the one I hated. Yes. Oh, yes. Yes. Thank you. Okay. So yes, alphabetical, hold on, all right. So the 13th letter in the alphabet, I hate this. I hate doing this. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M. So, M, N, okay, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J. M, N, J, M. Darn it. Okay, hold on. A. Or are we counting zeros? Hold on. Oh, great. All right. Let's say 0 is a factor here. So A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O. Okay, so N, O. No. Okay. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K. Hold on. Let me double check myself here. Okay. So N-O-K? Hold on. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K. Darn it. Okay, hold on. I hate this so much. I'm gonna be lazy. Alphabet and numbers. Hate doing this so much. Here we go. Thank you. Let's see. So 13 M N. Oh, it was J. Put K instead. N. Oh no, I did. I'm an idiot. Hold on. J M. 13 M 14 N 10 J 13 M. Let's see. Even double check on this one here. Okay, so 13 M 14, because yeah, X is 10, V is 5, I is 1. Yes. So that's 14. Thank you, Final Fantasy. 14 is N. 10 is J. And M is X. What in the world? Why? Why the hell isn't this working? Remember, it's Captain's room. Put the letters and numbers. Yes, I'm aware. Okay, so let's see if 0 counts in as a factor here. For whatever dumb reason. So we just basically subtract all by 1. So 13 is gonna be L. L M I L. Are you absolutely kidding me right now? Can't you idiot. Calm down, think about numbers. 13, 14, 10, and 13. Yes. 13, 14, M, N, J, M. Oh, come on. Hexadecimal again. Hate hexadecimal systems so much. Okay. Hate hexadecimal systems so much. Okay. So 13 would be D. Is this really gonna spell D-E-A-D? Yes. Absolutely, of course. Yeah, you did it, Junpei! It's unlocked now! Good job, Junpei. Whoa there, don't get too excited. Password was dead, remember? Just makes me think whatever's waiting for us isn't good. So what? Jeez, you're such an old lady! We can't be worrying about stuff like that! I mean, come on, we got it unlocked, didn't we? Let's go, hurry up! Ay. Hate hexadecimal systems. Even though I have to work with it every single day. It will not stop me from hating it every single day, though. Alright, Handle, it's time we got this over with. Hoorah! Damn it. Can't get it open. This thing won't even budge. What? Why not? We put in the password, what else do we have to do? And that means it's the other door! Oh, it was me, whatever. Alright, let's get this thing open. After this, it will be time to stop. You found it. You found an aneurysm because you had to deal with the hexadecimal system. Alright, hold on. Menu. My cards. Save. You know, I was kind of joking earlier, but I think I think I may actually be right. We may end up using all 30 save files. Hold on, let me bring chat back up. 1 more hour. No. Because my roommate needs to go to bed in an hour, so I would rather not. Oh yeah, I forgot. That's technically there. We'll finish this up next time. Let the roommate suffer. No, I'm not doing that to him. Let's see. Alrighty. Is anyone still streaming this time of day? I mean, yes, of course there is, especially with the people I follow. Oh my goodness, that is absolutely right. So, let me make sure of something real quick. I'm gonna mute that. So one of my since I don't have the proper thing up for my background, unfortunately, I'm gonna have to redo that. So one of my VTuber friends is actually doing a subathon at the moment, so we can absolutely give her some love and a raid. So let me put this to the side so I can actually spell it. Raid Virgo Sarian is her username. She is a dragon VTuber, a Gekkus, if you will. Before she is ending for the night. No, she just started an hour ago. It'll be fine. But yes, we're gonna raid Virgo. So make sure to give her plenty of love. She'll more than likely know who sent y'all here. Or rather there. But either way, thank you so very much for coming out on this marvelous stream. This was a lot of fun. I haven't streamed this long in quite some time. And believe me, I wish I could do it more often. Believe you me. Yes. But yes. Like I said, we may do this again this upcoming Sunday, or if certain things do not permit that, then it will probably be next Thursday, or the upcoming, or no, it would be next Thursday or next Friday, whichever or. It'll be sometime next week for sure, where we will, for realsies, beat 999. But yeah, thank you so very much, everyone, for coming out and enjoying yourselves in the stream, and I will talk to you all later. Goodbye.